We're just waiting to go live. Yes, okay. Good evening, everyone. We're ready to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, April the 23rd, 2024. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please? Here?
Here.
Okay, so it's... Did you start again? Okay. Let's redo this again.
Yeah. Oh, now it's on.
We are ready to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, April the 23rd, 2024. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka, thank you. Councilmember Francis,
Here.
Councilmember Love,
Here.
Madam Mayor, all are present.
Okay. Tonight, we need to go into closed session. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on any closed session item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. At this time, we're going to go into closed session and hopefully return by 7:30 to restart the meeting. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to let you know the council is running behind, so be patient. And if there's anybody else in the audience that wishes to speak, please fill out the speaker slip, which is in the back, and turn it in right away. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We're ready to re-begin our Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. Madam City Clerk, do we have anything? I'm sorry. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please? I'm sorry. Will you call the roll, please? Oh, isn't everything on? Oh, let's do this again.
Let's see. Here we go. Okay.
Okay, so we are ready to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, April the 23rd, 2024. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Francis,
Here.
Councilmember Love.
Here. Okay. So tonight we were in closed session. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report from closed session?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. Tonight, the council met. All members of the council were present for a closed session. With regards to item 2A, conference with labor negotiators, staff was provided with direction. With regards to item 2B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation on the matter of Charmaine Green versus the City of Gardena. Council was advised that the parties recently met in mediation and a resolution was reached. The city does not admit any liability for as a business decision. Did reach a settlement in the amount of $295,000. With regards to item 2C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, staff was provided with direction. That concludes my report, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So next we're going to move on to our Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight that will be led by two students from 156th Street Elementary School, Catherine Wilson and Phi Chu Kwu Anupu, who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And immediately following that, we will have our invocation by Reverend Christopher Codrington. So at this time, everyone, please stand, and if our pledges can come forward.
I-
Face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please continue standing.
Please continue standing as we take you to the Lord in prayer as we open this council meeting. Heavenly Father, we praise you for the beauty and diversity of Gardena and ask for your presence to be with us during this time. We pray for unity among the residents of Gardena and that you may continue in harmony and peace despite our differences. We lift our leaders, Madam Mayor, the council, the city clerk, the city manager, the city attorney, asking for wisdom, guidance, and courage as they make decisions for the community. Heavenly Father, we petition you to watch over Gardena and keep its residents safe from harm physically and spiritually. God, we ask your blessing on Gardena businesses, economy, investments, and environment for that our properties may abound for all who call this city their home. Lord, we thank you for the schools, educators, and the educational system, and that the city inspires and educate the next generation of leaders. Lord, restore our hearts to be actively involved in the service and caring for one another, creating strong sense of community. We seek you, Lord, for the healing and restoration of any brokenness or division with Gardena, the city, and the world, that reconciliation and forgiveness prevail. Father, we continue to thank you for the blessings you have already bestowed upon our city and for your promise of continued faithfulness. So, Lord, help us to be grateful with a prayer of thanksgiving as we ask you, Heavenly Father, for your continued presence and guidance in the city of Gardena, now and always. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
You may be seated. If I can have our two pledgers come back to the front. So tonight's Pledge of Allegiance was led by two students. One was Catherine Wilson, who's in the fourth grade, and the second was Fichukwu Anukwabu, who's in the fifth grade. Both attend 156th Street Elementary School. Catherine is a scholarly student and a writing contest winner at her school. She excels in all academic areas, including language arts and math. Fichukwu is a spelling bee champion at her school, as one of the top spellers in the South Bay area and an avid learner. Is also an excellent role model for our students in our community. So, would you guys like to tell us who brought you here tonight? Either one can start first.
Tonight, my mother brought me.
Where's your mom at? Right there. Give her a round of applause for bringing you out tonight. Anything you'd like to say? Anything else you'd like to say? Or if not, it's okay.
I am thankful to be here today.
Well, thank you for being here. You did a great job.
Cute.
And Fichukwu, did you like to say anything?
Yes, my father brought me here.
Where's your dad at? Right there. Thank you, too, for bringing. Anything you'd like to say?
I'm also grateful for getting the opportunity to be here today.
Okay, well, thank you. Both of you guys did a great job. Continue doing great in school, and we hope to see you maybe come back in a couple of years as you guys get a little older, continuing at our Gardena schools. So thank you guys again, and let's give them one more round of applause. All right, well, you guys can take your seats now. Good job. All right, next, if we could have Reverend Codrington come back to the front. So tonight's invocation was led by Reverend Christopher Codrington from Gardena Torrance Baptist Church. This is located at 1457 West 179th Street. Reverend Codrington's journey began on the island of Trinidad and Tobago, where he developed a deep-rooted understanding of diverse cultures. He further enriched his knowledge at Vanguard College in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. His international experience is not limited to his education, as he taught in various Bible colleges in Canada, bringing a global perspective to his teachings. Reverend Codrington has been serving at Gardena Torrance Baptist Church as its senior pastor since 2015. He's been the director of the mission of the Greater Los Angeles and Coastal Cities Association of Churches since 2019, presiding over 130 churches in the area. He is part of the Southern Baptist National Disaster Relief Compliancy Division and has served as a senior pastor and associate pastor at many churches in the Los Angeles area over the last 2 decades. He is a short-term international missionary with the Southern Baptist Convention and is involved in local missions with the Greater Los Angeles and Coastal Cities Association of Churches, partnering with the Department of Social Services in Torrance and the Children and Families Incorporated. He also teaches classes at the church on fatherhood involvement along with other programs in this city. Pastor Codrington, would you like to say anything?
I bring greetings from Gardena Torrance Baptist Church, its membership and leaders, and it's always a privilege to be here to share with the city of Gardena. Even though I don't live in Gardena, I live very close to Lawndale. I also enjoy the city of Gardena because I've been here since 2015 as a pastor, and I always say my church is open to the community. I'm a community pastor with a community church, and thank you for the invitation. God bless.
Okay, thank you. So next we have a couple of presentations here, and these are special recognitions for retirement here. We're going to begin tonight. It's going to come out of our transportation department. Our director, Ernie Crespo from our G-Trans, will be coming forward here. And tonight we're going to be recognizing 2 people. One who's not here with us tonight, I'm just going to mention his name, is Sebastian Goodlow, who was a bus operator for 30 years. He's not here tonight, but he too is being recognized tonight. And then also we have Kimberly Bastone, who is a bus operator, or has been a bus operator for 22 years now. So Director Crespo?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. It's my privilege to get to highlight one of our best employees that Gardena has ever had. So Ms. Kimberly Bastone has been a wonderful member of the Gardena family for the last 31 years. In her time as a G-Trans bus operator, she's provided exemplary service to our customers by consistently meeting all the standards of safety and maintaining a positive attitude. Customers have praised Ms. Bastone for her great work and that she is a lifesaver, stating that her good deeds do not go unnoticed out there on the route. Ms. Bastone's commitment to her job and her passengers has earned her the respect and admiration of her colleagues and supervisors. As Ms. Bastone embarks on this new chapter in her life, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for her commitment and dedications to the city and to G-Trans. We will truly miss her. We wish her a happy retirement. Ms. Bastone, can you please come up?
Okay. As she comes forward here, I'm going to read what the certificate is that was just presented to her. It says, Certificate of Commendation being presented to Kimberly Bastone, an official acknowledgement and with deep appreciation for an exemplary, outstanding 31 years, not 22, 31 years of service to the city of Gardena as a bus operator with the Transportation Department. So we, the mayor, members of the City Council of the City of Gardena, California, are pleased to present this special recognition to you for your longtime city service and express our sincere best wishes for a healthy and enjoyable and rewarding retirement effective April 1st, 2024.
Thank you.
Kimberly, would you like to say anything?
Yes, thank you. I thank God for the opportunity to serve for the city of Gardena over 31 years, and I'm so excited about the new journey that God has for me and my husband in ministry full time. And I just really appreciate you guys for taking the time out to acknowledge me for the city. And I thank God for Ernie. He's been such a great inspiration and a help with the city. He's doing a great job over there. So I have no complaints. The day I came here in 1992, I have no complaints. I've seen some come and some go. I have no complaints with the city, and I'm so proud to be a retiree for the city of Gardena. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. For Sebastian? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Goodloe could not be here today. We celebrated him yesterday, and today is his birthday, so it was good fitting retirement and then have a birthday party.
Okay.
But Mr. Goodloe was hired in 1991. Mr. Goodloe has dedicated 32 years of his life serving the city of Gardena as a bus operator in the Transportation Department. We recognize his work and commitment in providing excellent service to our customers. Customers express Mr. Goodloe displays a genuine concern about a passenger's well-being on the bus, and that customers not only witness his compassion, but experience it as well. G-Trans commends Mr. Goodloe for his great attentiveness and genuine care for others. His kindness extended far beyond the doors of his bus, leaving a lasting impression to those around him. As he embarks on his new chapter, we extend our deepest gratitude for his years of service and wish him also a great, happy retirement.
Absolutely. So if he's watching at home while he's celebrating his birthday, let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to both of you guys. Okay, so next we have a presentation tonight from our one of our commissions, our Human Services Commission tonight. So I believe we have a spokesperson tonight coming forward. Oh, hey there. It's you.
Okay, let's start. First of all, thank you all for allowing us to be here. And I really want to thank Mark for appointing me. I think it's going on my 6th or 7th year as commissioner. And this is my co-chairperson, Valerie. So we will, we're the only two here, so where's the picture? Okay, so as you see, we have our King Nat. We have Valerie, who's my co-chairperson, Nicola Howard, who's the awesome liaison for us. And of course, there's me, and Shar Farmer and Sharon Paplin. And this is our Human Service Commissioners. A lot of you probably don't know what we do as Human Services, so I will let you know our mission. So the Human Service Commission is responsible for the development and utilization of human services within the city for the betterment of the community. Our role as commissioners, we attend city events and community meetings to connect with citizens and be ambassadors for the Human Services Program. Now I will have Valerie tell you about the service we provide.
Okay, thank you, Luanda. The services provided by the Human Service Commission includes a community food pantry. In 2023, we assisted 129 households, 248 individuals with food, hygiene, baby supplies, and bus fare. We coordinated numerous pop-up pantries and fresh produce distribution. Our homeless service. In 2023, we assisted 203 households, 334 individuals with case management, referrals, and supportive services. Community pantry, bus fare, prevention services, mail services, and more. Our homelessness workshop and homeless strategic plan. The homeless workshop highlighted Gardena Emergency Services, Gardena Hawthorne Mental Evaluation Team, LASHA, which is the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, and PATH, People Assisting the Homelessness. The 2023 strategic plan implemented the goals of reducing homelessness, increasing community education, and providing ongoing training. That me?
That's you again.
Where am I?
Right here, service provider.
Okay, so our services provided. The staff partnered with community organizations to sponsor holiday programs with food, gifts, and supplies, such as Operation Gobble at Thanksgiving. 500 families in Carson and Gardena served in partnership with Gardena Rotary. Helping Hands at Christmas, 250 families from Gardena and LAUSD served. Year-round birthday program, birthday kits and gifts for Gardena children in partnership with the local Girl Scout troops. Back-to-school backpack giveaway in partnership with local organizations held at our National Night Out. 300 children served.
Well, I think that's great. Don't you guys think we
Absolutely.
deserve a hand for that? All right. So, teen activities and events. I think we have a few teens in here, back here. So, our teen Thanksgiving event with dinner, games, prizes, and socializing opportunities. Our teen night dating violence event. Teen night staff partner with Rainbow Services to educate teens about teen dating, violence prevention, awareness, and digital abuse. Parent workshop. During the teen event, a parent workshop was held to educate parents about supporting their teens in healthy relationships and preventing dating violence. Girl Boss Workshop, hosted in honor of Women's History Month and International Women's Day to allow teens to network with women, offer diverse career opportunities, and participate in fun activities. Boys to Men Workshop. On June 28, 2024, a workshop will provide leadership activities, coaching, conversation, growing into manhood and career opportunities. Boy, we've been working, you see. All right. And hopefully we'll be able to work with more churches, too, with this. Amen. Okay, our networking and education. Our ministerial association meeting. Our ministerial association gathers quarterly for networking and special presentations. Recent presentations have included Gardena Senior Citizens Bureau, Social Support Services, Citizens Academy, Flexi powered by GT Trans, and the Department of Mental Health, Domestic Violence Prevention and Awareness. In partnership with Rainbow Services, staff hosted Journey of Hope, an empowering event to learn about domestic violence prevention and honor those in our community impacted by domestic violence.
Internships. We have continued our partnership with Cal State University Long Beach and have 2 Masters in Social Work interns who have been assisting us with our programs and events. We've also begun a partnership with Loyola Marymount University and have one Master of Arts Marriage and Family Therapist intern certified in art therapy who has been providing art classes, art therapy workshops, and individual art therapy for our seniors. She is also assisting us with our upcoming Art Walk event. And lastly, upcoming activities in education. Commemorating Mental Health and Older American Awareness Month, recognizing the profound impact that meaningful relationships and social connections have on our mental health and well-being of everyone. Community Care Day and Resource Fair in June 15th, 2024. Community health screenings, supportive services, and a variety of resources and activities. Again, we'll hold our Boys to Men workshop on June 28th, 2024. And I cannot see, I don't have on my glasses. Go on.
A night with leadership activities, conversations about coaching, growing into manhood and career opportunities. Now, hopefully you guys know what we do now as a Human Service Commission. Oh, okay, I get in the head, it's not great. And we look forward to continue working with the community. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer any questions right now.
Okay. I don't think there are any questions. Great presentation. We have a question.
Which one, our personal or our business?
Yeah. I'm sure he means your commission information.
No,
we will.
I have cards in the car, but in the meantime, you can contact the Human Services Department, and Nicola can put you on. You want to contact?
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all
All
for
right.
allowing us to present tonight.
Thank you, too.
Okay.
Give him a round of applause, everyone. Okay, so next we have a Gardena events video presentation. While we're loading that up, let me just do a little quick housekeeping here. Tonight, if you'd like to participate in the meeting, you can participate via the following options. The first way is you can view our meeting live on Spectrum Channel 22 or online at youtube.com/City of Gardena. The second way you can participate is prior to the meeting. You can email our Deputy City Clerk at publiccomments@cityofgardena.org by 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting and write public comments in the subject line. The third way is you can attend the meeting in person, as all of you are doing. If you have a public comment, the City Council will hear from the public on any item on the agenda or any item of interest that is not on the agenda at the following times. If it's an agenda item, at the time the City Council will consider the item or during oral communications. If it's a non-agenda item, it'll be during oral communications. If it's a public hearing, at the time the public hearing is listed on the agenda. If you wish to address the City Council, please complete a speaker request form. It looks like this here, and present it to the City Clerk or Sergeant at Arms. Can you raise your hand? Thank you. You will be called to the podium by name when it's your turn to address the City Council. The City Council cannot legally take any action on any item that is not scheduled on the agenda. Such items may be referred for administrative action or scheduled on a future agenda. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council will be given 3 minutes to speak. We do have standards of behavior that promote civility at all of our public meetings. We treat everyone courteously. We listen to others respectfully. We exercise self-control. We give open-minded consideration to all viewpoints. We focus on the issues and avoid personalizing debate. And we embrace respectful disagreement as dissent as democratic rights, inherent components of an inclusive public process as tools for foregoing sound decisions. So I'd just like to thank all of you in advance for your attendance as well as your cooperation. Do we have the video? Okay, let's go ahead and show our video. Okay, thank you. So next we have a couple of proclamations here. The first one is for the 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, which is May 5th through May the 11th. As our city clerk comes to the podium here, I'm just going to read what the proclamation that she is receiving, what it's going to say. It says, whereas the office of the municipal clerks is a time-honored and vital part of local government throughout the world and is the oldest among public servants. And whereas the office of municipal clerk provides professional links between citizen, local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of the neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the office of municipal clerk serves as the information center on the functions of local government and the community. Whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerks through participation in educational programs, seminars, workshops, and other annual meetings of their state, province, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerks. So at this time, we declare May 5th through May the 11th to be the 55th anniversary of Municipal Clerks Week in the city of Gardena, and further extend appreciation to Gardena's municipal clerk, Mina Semenza, and to all the municipal clerks for the vital services they, their deputies, and staff members perform for their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. City Clerk?
Madam Mayor, Honorable Madam Mayor, and City Council, thank you so much for recognizing us and being part of our Professional Municipal City Clerk Week. It's the 55th annual one, so it's wonderful. Beautiful. Thank you for the beautiful proclamation, and I know that the staff really appreciates it, and they'll be showing it off in the City Clerk's office. I have a scoop for you.
Okay.
Please join us in celebrating the City Clerk Week with a ice cream sundae extravaganza, and we might even have root beer floats. Anyway, Wednesday, May 8th, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the City Clerk's office. Hope to see you there, and thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Let's give her a round of applause for a great job that their department does. Okay, we have another proclamation, and this here is for, sorry, my computer's not moving fast enough here. Well, they can start coming forward, Cinco de Mayo. Okay, Cinco de Mayo celebration. And the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas from the time the New World was colonized, all the nations of Europe shipped enormous amounts of gold and silver across the Atlantic from Mexico during the time the country was ruled by Spain. And whereas when the people of Mexico rebelled against Spain and formed an independent government, all the European nations anticipated that this independence would fall, facilitating huge financial loans to the Mexican government, hoping to collect much more in return, making Mexico become heavily indebted financially to Spain, Great Britain, and France. And whereas when both Spain and Great Britain threatened to invade Mexico, the French took advantage of this opportunity to expand their empire under Napoleon III, and in 1862 began advancing its armed forces from Veracruz into the state of Puebla with the intentions of capturing its capital. The city of Puebla, however, the people of Puebla, under the leadership of General Ignacio Zaragoza, were ready to fight, and as the French troops began their attack on the city of Puebla on May 5th, the Mexican soldiers accomplished their first defeat of the French. And whereas the eventual independence of the Mexican people really began with the Battle of Puebla, thus Cinco de Mayo remains a landmark date in the history of Mexico. Whereas among many ethnic groups within our city, those of Mexican descent have been most prominent and deeply rooted in the history of both the city of Gardena and the state of California. So at this time, I declare Sunday, May 5th to be the 37th annual Cinco de Mayo celebration day in the city of Gardena, and further urge the entire citizenry to be aware of this special celebration and to encourage participation in the community parade and festival activities planned to memorialize this most significant historical and cultural event. This is the Cinco de Mayo Committee. Would you guys like to say anything?
Yes, we'd like to invite you guys, actually the council and city clerk, and there's the invitations. We are celebrating 38 years First, it originally was a beauty contest, and which the mayor was one of the contestants. We are now has been changed into a scholarship because not everybody has the shape and not everybody has, the looks, but we all have a brain. And actually, that's what we have to look at, scholarship. Okay, it's open to 15 to 25-year-olds as long as they're going to school or college. And it's open actually to female and males, but most of the time it's just females. Males really don't apply. So we like to notify that we're having a coronation, which is, she's our future queen for the year of 24-25, which is Patricia Trujillo. And get over here, right here. So the thing that we are trying to do is April 28th is our coronation, which is like a tareada, and we'll be having mariachis, mariachi flamenco dancers, and dinner. Actually, it's a brunch kind of thing. And then we are actually celebrating and having the festival and the parade on May 4th this year, because it usually is celebrated on like it was said previously by the mayor. So I don't want to go into all that, but I just want to invite the community to come out either to the coronation or to the parade. Come out at both of them, actually. So, and this year we also have our Grand Marshal, which is Community Grand Marshal is Victor Escobar from Pollo Inca. And then we also have Belén de Leon from NBC Day, Telemundo. But so she'll be here also, and they will be doing an interview for the committee, and it will be televised. So that's one of the things that I'm very proud they finally got that acknowledgement from the television. So thank you, and we also are looking for volunteers for next year. We are needing a lot of volunteers to come and help out to distribute and help whatever we have for the next year's solutions. Thank you. I don't know. Do you?
Okay.
So. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so next we have one more proclamation here. It's Older Americans Month here, and it reads as follows. Every May, the nation celebrates Older Americans Month. Gardena is fortunate to have countless older Americans who enrich and strengthen our community, and the city of Gardena is committed to engaging and supporting older adults, their families, and caregivers. We acknowledge that communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are welcomed, included, and supported. The theme for 2024 is Powered by Connection, which emphasizes the profound impact of meaningful interactions and social connections on the well-being and health of older adults in our community. Older adults continue to be the pillar of Gardena, which is why it's important that we explore the many ways that we can remain and be involved in why they can remain and be involved in our community. During this year's Older Americans Month, we will explore the vital role that connectedness plays in supporting independence and aging in place by combating isolation, loneliness, and other issues. The City of Gardena can work to build an even better community for older residents by planning programs that encourage independence and ensuring activities are responsive to individual needs and preferences, and increasing access to services that support aging in place. By engaging and supporting all community members, we recognize that older adults play a key role in the vitality of our neighborhoods, networks, and lives. Connecting with others is one of the most important foundations of a community. So at this time, in support of the nation's observance, we are pleased to proclaim May 2024 to be Older Americans Month in our city, and encourage every resident to take time this month to recognize and honor the city of Gardena's older adults and their immense influence and contributions on every facet of American society to help build an inclusive society and join efforts to support older Americans' choices about how they age in their community. Okay, and with that, we don't have any appointments tonight. We're going to move on to consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public that wish to speak on any consent calendar ideas?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any items they'd like to discuss separately? Okay, which
Madam
item?
Mayor, item 8I.
Item 8I. Any others? I'm going to actually pull an item here, item number 8H. Anybody else? Okay, if not, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 8H and 8I?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay. First item up is item number 8H. It's my understanding that everybody wasn't here when we initially did this resolution. And so we need to vote on this one here separately from the consent calendar. Do you want to explain in more detail?
Sure. I advised Councilmember Love she should abstain from voting on item 8H as she was not present during the hearing.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on this item here before? No? Madam City Clerk, do you have anybody who would like to speak on item 8H?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay. That being said, can I get a motion to approve item number 8H?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Hang on. Thank you. Sorry, I lost my place.
Okay.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Councilmember Love, it's been recommended that you abstain.
Abstain. But I'm a yes too, Madam City Clerk.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'd like to note that Councilmember Love has an abstention.
And then Councilmember Henderson, or Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Serta.
And I'm a yes.
Okay, and I'm yes too. Okay. Thank you. Okay, item number 8I, the question regarding this one?
I just had a question. I wanted to find a little bit more about the kind of security that's going to be provided for this event. I know it's an annual event. We've had it for a very long time. But I just wanted to hear a little bit more about what security is going to look like to make sure that.
Either you or the chief.
So, Councilmember Francis, the
Let's start with
type of
the
security that they have is they'll have 17 guards there,
Mhm.
And then 3 officers from Gardena PD, as far as security is concerned.
Need to add anything to that, or no? Was that everything? Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Just want to make sure that our events are going to be safe and folks don't have to worry about attending. They come out and support it.
Okay, any other questions? Madam City Clerk, anybody from the public wants to speak on this one?
No, Madam Mayor.
Nope, okay. All right, can I get a motion to approve item number 8I? Is there a second? Okay, Madam City Clerk, there's a motion made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Councilmember Love. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next we're going to move on to Planning Commission and Planning and Environmental Quality Commission action sheet. Item number 10A is from the April 16, 2024 meeting. This here is the first request for extension of conditional use permit 7-21. The Planning Commission considered the first request extension of time for conditional use permit 7-21 to permit the operation of a warehouse facility in the general industrial M2 zone. The location is 1600 and 1606 West 135th Street. The commission here approved the first extension of the conditional use permit Conditional use permit 7-21, approving the permit to expire October 25th, 2024 by a vote of 5-0. So at this time, if no one wants to call for a review, we're just going to receive and file this.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
we have someone in the audience that'd like to speak to 10A.
Okay. Is it one of these here? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, we do have a speaker on this one here, Salvador George. Hi, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and esteemed council members. And the community present this evening, I first want to thank you for the service that you provide to the city. My name is Salvador George, and I am a lead representative for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 323, and the Carpenters Training Center located here in Carson. Today, I'd like to share the importance of implementing labor standards with apprenticeship programs for the upcoming construction project, 1600 West 135th Street. Implementing apprenticeship programs fosters the development of a skilled workforce in the construction industry. This not only benefits the current project, but also ensures a pool of qualified workers for future projects in our city. It's an investment in the long-term growth and sustainability of our local workforce. Apprenticeship programs promote diversity and inclusion. They offer opportunities for individuals from diverse backgrounds to enter the construction industry. By setting labor standards that prioritize apprenticeship programs, we promote equity and inclusion in the workforce, ensuring that all members of our community have access to well-paying jobs and career advancement opportunities. Jobs that include health insurance and a pension. That helps these workers from our community stay off of safety net services. Apprentices become informed workers, and having an uninformed worker on a construction site creates the biggest contrast that you will see in the industry. A represented worker has someone that they can reach out to for support in correcting any type of wage violations on a project. Our team, based out of Carson, with the other representatives there, we monitor construction job sites. And I can tell you firsthand that the majority of construction projects in the area are being built by uninformed workers who are severely exploited. We shouldn't allow this to happen. And in a development of this size, or anywhere in the community for that matter. I asked the City Council today to request that the owner of this development to include labor standards that ultimately protect our community from labor brokers, from cheating contractors, and individuals who undermine California minimum wage standards for construction workers. More importantly, it helps provide job opportunities for our youth with decent wages and benefits. Life-changing career opportunities that help change our youth's lives. Some of which you can see are standing with me in solidarity here today. Thank you for the time. And once again, I ask that labor standards are implemented on this construction project.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
No, I don't think we have any questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we're gonna,
Madam Mayor, for clarification, this project was approved by the council on April 25th, 2023. So it was already approved by the council. The only issue that the Planning Commission took up was the extension.
okay. Okay, so at this time here now, unless anybody would like to call for review to the item of us extending this here, we can just receive and file this item here. Because the only thing in question right now is the extension to October 25th, 2024. Okay?
Motion.
You don't need to vote on it. We're
Oh,
just
that's right.
receiving
Yeah.
and following
Yeah.
this here, unless somebody calls for a review of this. That's fine.
Trying to stop the bleeding. Quick question.
Yes.
Would you,
Trying to cut it off.
if we were to include, go back and talk about labor standards?
It's too late now.
It's too late now?
Yeah.
All right.
It's something to probably think about in the future, so, on that one, so. But I want to thank you guys for bringing that to our attention this time here, because that's always important. Okay, so the next item here is item number 10B, the April 16, 2024 meeting, resolution number PC 10-24, denying the appeal by the Tire House Incorporated from the director's decision to revoke the approval of the site plan review 4-15 of the Tire House located 1818 West Redondo Beach Boulevard, and finding that the action is categorically exempt from provisions of CEQA pursuant to guideline section 15321. So this one here is just basically the Planning Commission moved at this time that this item be continued and recommended that the staff monitor the business from compliance with the conditions of approval for the site plan review 4-15 by a 5-0 vote. So at this time, no action is needed on this item here. So next, we're going to move to oral communications, and we have 3 speakers here tonight. Apparently, we have 4. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me figure that out. Okay. We have 3 speakers here tonight. Let's begin tonight with Pablo Arakaki, and then we have Travis Hernandez, and then Bernadette Santos. So you can go ahead and make your way to the front and go ahead and start.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Pablo Arakaki. I'm a third generation of Japanese Peruvian, and I'm the owner of Ladybug Cafe in the city of Gardena for the past 18 years. The reason for my presence tonight is to express my gratitude for the support that we have been receiving from the Gardena Police Department and to the city of Gardena for being such a great host for our small business throughout all these years. At the same time, I'm here to express my urgent concerns regarding the operations of the business next door to us. I have no doubt that compared to our small family-owned business, the revenue generated by the shelter next door may be much higher than ours. However, at what cost are we willing to accept the current situation, expose our kids, our seniors, and residents in general to the kind of perils that these types of events happening next doors that are happening on a daily basis? The following events are some of the urgent issues that we have to deal with recently. Vandalism and arson. Our business vehicle and our recycle bin were set on fire a few months ago by a homeless person. Luckily, no one was hurt or there was no building damage. Recently, drug use and trafficking. Use syringes, needles, empty alcohol containers are a daily occurrence in a parking lot, the empty lot next door, and also in front of our business. Loitering. Every day we must deal with next door individuals blocking the entrance to our business, leaving the trash behind, some of them under the influence of alcohol and or drugs. And as recently as yesterday, somebody was vomiting in front of our door, right outside our business. And then after that, going into a next door establishment. We have had to deal with dying and ditching. We have suffered substantial losses due to people coming in from next door and refusing to pay for the service rendered. Harassment. Next door manager, owner came into our restaurant telling our staff members that they do not appreciate we asking their tenants to leave our establishment, and they wanted to avoid confrontation with us. I have lived in Gardena for most of my adult life, and I've always been proud of the resilience that this great city has shown in order to preserve its values, culture, diversity, and most importantly, the safety and well-being of its residents. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Travis Hernandez, Bernadette Santos, and then we have Tuck Lee.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Travis Hernandez. I am the Community Library Manager over at Massa Satao Library. I'm here to give you the update on events coming to both Massa Satao and Mamie Deer Library next door. Over at Massa Satao on Wednesday, April 24th at 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., come learn techniques on how to identify various rocks, minerals, and fossils and discover a world of treasures. This one's for kids ages 6 to 9 with parents or caregivers. On Thursday, April 25th from 4 to 5 p.m., come celebrate Dia, music instruments from around the world. Celebrate children and families around the world, share fun stories, and enjoy books about world instruments. Afterwards, we'll get to design our own musical instrument to continue the music making at home. That's for ages 6 to 12 with a parent or caregiver. On Friday, May 10th, from 1 to 3, SATAL will be having its free flu and vaccine clinic. Health insurance is not required, but if you do have insurance, it'll be requested. At SATAL, Masa SATAL on Thursday, May 16th, from 4 to 5 p.m., we're hosting Echoes of Polynesia, a celebration of Asian Pacific Heritage Month with a dance performance by the Gypsy Folk Ensemble. That's for ages 6 to 12. And on Friday, May 17th, from 11 a.m. to 11:30, join us for our morning of play, curiosity, and creativity. Help children learn social and emotional skills and develop fine and gross motor skills for ages 0 to 4 with a parent or caregiver. Over at Mamie Deer Library, on Wednesday, April 24th, from 3 to 4, they're having their Dia celebration for Dia de los Niños. Growing with Books. Let's celebrate Children's Day, Book Day, by reading stories and making crafts for ages 5 to 12. On Thursday, April 25th, from 10 to 12, Mamie Deer will be having its free flu and COVID vaccination clinic. Health insurance, again, is not required, but will be requested if you are insured. On Wednesday, May 1st, from 5:30 to 6:30, you can join Mamie Deer for their monthly art meetup. This month, they'll make Zentangle self-portraits. That's for adults. On Thursday, May 2nd, from 10:15 to 11:15 a.m., find your Zen at Mamie Deer Library. Come join us for the monthly Zen workshop. You'll learn Zen exercises of motion and get relaxed feeling through breathing and meditation. Please wear comfy clothing. The practice is universal and non-dominational. Everyone is welcome, but it is for adults. And lastly, on Wednesday, May 15th, from 3 to 4 p.m. at Mamie Deer Library, join them for their Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month celebration, and welcome the author and illustrator Sunny Seki. He'll present Japanese folktales.
Go ahead.
Folktales to classic art of shadow puppetry, where you also get to make your own shadow puppets too, and that's for ages 5 to 12. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bernardale Santos and then Tuckley.
Good evening. My petition is I have a neighbor and they never put the trash can inside and it smells bad and look bad for the neighbor. That's my petition.
That they don't put their trash away. It's in public view?
Yeah, it's in the walk side,
Okay.
the other side, the walk side.
Okay.
They leave it there all the time and look bad.
Okay.
And it smells bad.
Okay. So, you know what, as you walk back to your seat, if you could see our community development director, he's in charge of code enforcement. That is something that people can get violations for because you're only allowed to put your trash cans out 24 hours before trash day and it can stay out 24 hours afterwards. You do have to put it away in your garage or backyard. It can't be in view of the public when you pass by. So Greg in the back, he'll help you out as far as how you can report that violation through
Thank you very
community
much.
development. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Tuckley.
Good evening, council members. I have some handouts that may help to look at the investment report, if I can. So they have one each, including Mr. Osorio. I think you need one too. Oh, sorry. Can I have the one with the clip back? Okay. I see that Chandler Asset Management has changed the report a little bit. In February report, they added a reconciliation summary. And the line item that I want to draw your attention to is the realized gain and loss. Now this report that you're looking at for January is actually a February report. If you look at the first column, it says 0 for realized gain. That is for the month of February. And then it has a loss of $155.16, which is part of it is for the month of January. So 2 cents for February and $115, and I can't see very well, and 14 cents is for January. If you look at page 2, okay, on figure 2, that gives you an idea how Chandler is recording the sale of that security. There's a total of $750,000, but they split it into 2 transactions. They sold the first one, if you look at figure 2, a few days before maturity date. I do not know why they do it that way. They could have held it back until maturity. So we sold it below the par value. Okay? And when you look across, and that's how they get the loss of $155. And I can see my vision is not so good, 15 cents or something like that. Now, but if you actually calculate the actual amount they receive against the par, it comes out to be $101. That's what they say here. Okay, so there's a difference between what they show on the reconciliation and the actual numbers. Now, the second part of the transaction was the balance of the $750,000. If you just take a look at what they say on the far right-hand column, it says 0 for loss. Okay, but that doesn't paint the whole picture here, because what they're doing is they're taking the par value versus the amount we receive, which is 200, which is exactly the same amount. But what they're missing is factoring in the cost that we bought. So if you look at figure 3, there I have the information, how much we paid for it.
Go ahead.
How much we paid for it. Okay, so it's not 0, like what is reflected in the report by Chandler. If you look at the third page, so I did a spreadsheet on it. And now if you look at, you take the par versus the cost value that we paid for, the actual loss, realized loss will be $26,000, not $155 as being shown on the report. So what I'm saying here is that they are not reflecting the cost that we paid for. They're just taking the par versus the amount we received. Of course, it will zero out to be 0. So that's for the month of January. On the second handout,
I need you to kind of still wrap it up because you only
Yes.
have 3 minutes, but
I'm
let you go
wrapping
for a
up
little
right
bit.
now.
Okay.
For the month of February and March, it's the same situation. If you look at page 3 for the month of February, the loss is not 2 cents as reflected in the report for the month of February. The loss is $30,575. That's a realized loss. March is even worse. If you look at page 3 for the month of March, they're saying that for the month of March is 0 for realized gains and loss. But if you look at what I have computed, the loss comes out to $96,000. And you total up all the 3 months, we have a realized loss of $153,017. So what I'm saying here is that the report is not reflecting the true nature of the transactions that we are receiving and council has been approving. And the final handout shows you that we have been acquiring the securities at a premium, not at a discount, starting January 2021, and you can see the loss right across. and it peaked at $370-something thousand or $327,000. And after that, they start buying securities with deeper discount. So we're not making money. We're almost break even. If you look across all the numbers that I have, we're just breaking even. So we actually did buy a lot of securities with a premium that we could have saved by not buying at a premium. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see, that concludes all of our oral communications here. We're going to move on to departmental items. Did you fill out a form? Did you?
Yeah.
Hold on one
Well,
second.
we're not at 13B yet,
Yeah, we're
Madam
not at
Mayor.
13, but the oral communication one, is there?
No.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the public comment that you emailed in? Which one are you talking about? If you fill out one out real quick now, we'll take it now.
What's his name? Is he Paul Randall? Madam Mayor, he filled out one for item 13B. No, that's all we have. Yeah, that's all I have.
You know, come on up to speak and then fill it out, and then we'll add it to the record.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I can speak on both.
You can speak on two different ones. So we have the one for 13A, but just before you take your seat, just make sure you fill that other one out.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and residents. Paul Randall. You know who I am. I need to make some corrections to the city staff and the council referring to our group of people causing the traffic problem for food giveaway, and we needed to be closed. We're Mama Rosa's Food Pantry, started in 2015, feeding the community. During the start of the pandemic, we moved to a drive-up distribution for safety reasons. When places were closing, the community needed food was not being met. We expanded and grew because of the compassion of our church and of our volunteers. Over time, we were providing clients with proteins, produce, breads, canned items, approximately 53 pounds per client. Multiple families would come, get 4 or 5 boxes. Last 2 years, we requested assistance from the Gardena PD to help with traffic. June last year, we put a presentation together with our drone video showing our distribution at the ministerial lunch with the Honorable Mayor and 2 captains from the Gardena Police Department in attendance. No one ever had a concern at this meeting. Even the Honorable Mayor stated if we ever had any issues to contact her, she would help us. Officers would drive by our distribution and tell us we were doing nothing wrong. December 20th, 2023, Honorable Mayor visited our food pantry requesting us to take leftovers from a city event. What changed after January? Please let me know how we became the problem. In the past 4 years, we've served 80,000 clients. 2022 to 2023, the last 2 years, 988,000 pounds of food, almost 1 million pounds of food. 52,000 clients almost could fill Dodger Stadium. July 2023, out of almost 700 agencies, we were voted the best LA Regional Food Bank for July. We got the award for not causing problems. We got the award because we solved issues, just like we solved the traffic problem. We have a time-slotted drive-up distribution system, which has been very successful. Please ask the chief, the lieutenant, or the sergeant how our traffic is now. We've been serving between 1,500 and 1,800 people twice a month. We're not asking for donations. We're not asking for help in any way. We're asking us to give us the ability of opening Mama Rosa's Pantry to serve the community. We have 150 eager volunteers to assist your community. Please refer us in the future when you have your meetings, and they're televised, as Mama Rosa's Food Pantry. We are proud of our accomplishments, and we're here to serve the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
She wants to speak under.
Okay.
There's actually one more person to speak under oral communications. So we have speakers who filled out more than one slip to speak under oral communication and item 13B.
I see. Okay. What's the name?
Okay, I will bring it up to you.
Okay. What's the lady's name? Okay, ma'am, you wanted to speak on this item here as well? This isn't for the 13B one, right? You can speak at that one. This is just oral communications.
Oral communications. I filled out the form and was turned in before 7 o'clock.
Okay. It didn't state a name, it just said Paul Randall?
No, I'm Janet Clappeth.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Okay. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Gardena City Council. My name is Janet Clappeth, and I've been volunteering with Mama Rosa's Food Pantry for 3.5 years. Mama Rosa's is sponsored and run by this Gardena Genesis Seventh-day Adventist Church, located about a block from here. City of Gardena politicians created the situation that closed our food pantry. What I want to know is why. First, it was outright extortion in the form of exorbitant permit fees that the church was unable to pay. Then, in an effort to save face, we were told to move our distribution to one of 2 Gardena City parks. Unfortunately, the LA Regional Food Bank will only deliver food ordered by our agency to the address we have on file with them. The logistics of moving 32,000 pounds of food to a different location 2 times a month makes this suggestion impossible. So I suppose, in an effort to show compassion, the city's next brilliant idea was to open their own food pantry. This is a fabulous idea, and I applaud it. What I cannot comprehend is why Mama Rosa's had to close in the first place. We were feeding 1,500 hungry people 2 times a month. We had a proven, successful, efficient method. If the city wants to help people by opening their own food pantry, then they are able to feed even half the number that Mama Rosa's did. Fantastic. Please do the math. If you feed 700 at one distribution and we're feeding 1,500 at another distribution, that's 2,200 hungry folks that now have food in their kitchens. Isn't that all the better? Why did we have to close? Why can't we work together? Those at the city manager's office are not telling the truth when they say that they're working with us. The reality is that they're just setting conditions that we cannot meet. Gardena politicians have made adjustments to a city ordinance that allows for walk-up food pantry distributions. We are being singled out because Mama Rosa's operated successfully as a drive-up distribution. Prior to our closure, we worked very hard to restructure our operations in a way that was requested by the Gardena Police Department. These adjustments successfully alleviated the traffic issues in the neighborhood. We've done exactly what we were asked to do, and still we were forced to close. All of this could have been resolved in a way that meets the needs of the food insecure if the city ordinance would simply allow for a drive-up distribution. Wouldn't it be fantastic if this city would, in kindness, waive their permit fees and make this simple adjustment to the city ordinance so that we can continue to provide food to hungry families in our area? Wouldn't this city government like to be known as one who helps the food insecure instead of creating a bigger deficit in their lives? Not one of you has to rely on a charitable food bank distribution or wonder where your next meal is coming from or how you will possibly manage to feed your family. This prideful and self-serving manner in the way the situation was handled is disgraceful. But it is not too late to fix this. You have the power to reopen Mama Rosa's. I urge you to swallow your pride and to do what's best for the food insecure people who voted for you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Whose name is it? Thank you. Whose name is this one on here? They all said the same name. They all 3 said the same name. Were there any other speakers out there at this time? Because we don't have accurate names on here. No? Okay, we'll leave it at that. Okay, that being said, we are going to move on. Item number 12A, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members from City Council. Agenda item 12A is the award contract with Gruber and Lopez, Inc. for professional auditing services for the fiscal years ending June 30, 24, 25, and 26 in the amount of $240,625. In February 2024, an RFP for professional auditing services was issued and released on Planet Bids along with publication in the Gardena Valley News. and posted on the city website. The RFP solicited a qualified firm of certified public accountants for a 3-year contract to prepare and audit financial statements for the fiscal years ending June 30, 2024, 2025, and 2026, with an option to extend the contract 2 fiscal years ending June 30, 2027, and 2028 with the following schedule. The release of the RFP was on February 12, 2024. The question submittal deadline was on February 28, 2024, and then the proposals were due March 14, 2024. As a professional service, the selection process was based on both price and scope of services, so the technical and cost proposals were submitted and reviewed separately with qualifications evaluated on a number of levels, such as qualifications of the firm, key personnel, project understanding, audit approach, and project cost. The city received 4 proposals in response to the RFP from the following firms, listed in alphabetical order: Badawi and Associates, CAP CPAs, Gruber and Lopez Inc., Singer Luwak LLP, and Vasquez and Company LLP. The city panel evaluated the proposals and interviewed all 4 respondents. As a result of the evaluation process, the proposal from Gruber and Lopez Inc. Was ranked highest of all proposers to provide professional auditing services to the city. Gruber engagement team members all have over 25 years of experience providing audit services to local government entities, and includes a small audit team comprised of partners, managers, and seniors. Gruber has a long history of efficiently staffing its accounting and consulting projects and bringing the projects in on time and on budget. Their firm partners are also more involved in the engagement other than the firms, which translate into better service to the city. Gruber has been serving the community for the last 13 years and is located in Newport Beach. They have also audited several surrounding cities in similar size to the city of Gardena. The funding impact and cost for fiscal years 2023, 2024, 25, 26 are as follows. General Fund, 69,675, and G-Trans 8950. For 24-25, 71,069, and G-Trans 9,129. And for fiscal year 2025-2026, General Fund 72,490, and then G-Trans $9,312. The grand total is $240,625. What is required tonight is to award the contract.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments?
Mayor Serta,
Yes.
Mr. Matt Lanton from the firm is here to answer any questions at all regarding their firm.
Okay.
But we'd be happy to answer any questions at all on the RFP.
Would you like to say anything before questions, or do you want to just wait and see if there are any questions? Okay, so let's start Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, in regards to the new auditing firm, Poon Group is no longer going to be doing our federal stuff, or just what's going to be happening with that?
So Poon Group has completed the single audit, so they won't be involved in any of the financial aspects of any of the audits.
Did they try to compete for this one? Not at all.
No.
No?
Okay. We're looking for a fresh set of eyes.
Right.
It wouldn't be fair.
This is the follow-up to my director from way back when. Right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, but Councilmember Henderson just asked my questions that I was going to ask, but
Okay.
thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, all right. That being said, if there are no other questions here, can I get a motion to award the contract?
I'll move it.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, Madam City Clerk, there's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson and a second by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Love?
Yes.
Mayor Serta?
Yes. Okay, all done. Okay, next up is item number 13A.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13A is a public hearing. It's an introduction of ordinance number 1871, amending sections of Chapter 5.52 and Title 18 of the Gardena Municipal Code relating to significant tobacco retailers, cigar lounges, and hookah lounges. The environmental determination is that the project is exempt pursuant to CEQA Guideline Section 15061B3, as there is no possibility that the activity may have a significant effect on the environment. On March 12, 2024, Council held a study session to determine whether new significant tobacco retailer businesses should be allowed within the city. At that meeting, the City Council directed staff to draft an ordinance that would prohibit further significant tobacco retailer businesses from establishing in the city, with the distinction that the prohibition should not apply to cigar and hookah lounge businesses. On April 2nd, 2024, the Planning Commission held a public hearing to consider their recommendation to the City Council on ordinance number 1871. Prior to the hearing, public comment was received and included in the record for the Commission's consideration. At the close of the hearing, the Commission adopted resolution number 7-24 by a 4-1 vote, recommending that the City Council adopt the ordinance. There is no financial impact. What's required tonight is to open the public hearing, receive testimony from the public, allow 3 minutes for each speaker, and close the public hearing, and also introduce ordinance number 1871.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time, the public hearing is now open. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on item number 13A?
No, Madam Mayor.
Does any member of the council have any questions or comments? No? That being said, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And can I get a motion to introduce ordinance number 1871?
I'll move it.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion to introduce ordinance number 1871 by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson and second by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Excuse me. Councilmember Francis? Councilmember
Yes.
Francis?
Yes, for to introduce it, yes.
Councilmember Love?
Yes.
Mayor Serta?
Yes, so just for clarification, since Mayor Pro Tem made the motion, you will be the person introducing 1871. Okay? That'll come back at a later time for second reading for that. Okay, next up is item number 13B. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13B is a public hearing, which is an introduction of ordinance number 1865, amending chapter 18.60 of the Gardena Municipal Code and sections 5.08.170, 8.16030 and 8.16050 relating to temporary use permits and temporary event permits, and amending section 5.04.160, 5.04.278, and 5.28.020 Title V. The environmental determination that the project is exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3 and 15304, as there is no possibility that the activity may have significant impact on the environment and considered minor alterations to a land project. Resolution number 6659, adopting an application fee for temporary use and temporary event permits. The project is exempt from Public Resources Code section 21080B8 and CEQA guidelines section 15273. On March 12, 2024, Council held a public hearing for ordinance number 1865 relating to temporary use permits and temporary event permits. And at that time, staff recommended to City Council that the ordinance be redrafted to add provisions to allow for walk-up food distribution events in response to the correspondences received prior to the meeting. At the close of the hearing, City Council moved to have the ordinance updated with the suggested changes and directed it to be brought back to the Planning Commission for their recommendation. On April 2nd, 2024, the Planning Commission adopted resolution number PC 8-24 by 5-0 vote, recommending that the City Council adopt ordinance number 1865 with the updated language. Resolution number 6659 will adopt an application fee for temporary use and temporary event permits. Resolution number 6659 establishes a temporary use permit fee of $1,160.50 and a temporary event permit fee between $360 to $756, dependent upon the number of attendees expected for the event. At this time, the full financial impact is unknown. What is required tonight is to open the public hearing, receive testimony from the public, allow 3 minutes for each speaker, and close the public hearing, introduce ordinance number 1865, and adopt resolution number 6659.
Okay, thank you. Before we open the public hearing, we do have a presentation, so I'll let you take it, Amanda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I will be providing a short presentation involving the changes since the City Council last seen ordinance number 1865. So as mentioned, what's being brought tonight is, again, the ordinance in regards to establishing regulations for temporary use permits and temporary events within the city's municipal code. Since last brought before the City Council, the items requested to be modified in the ordinance was prepared before the Planning Commission, and they have recommended that the proposed changes be added into the ordinance. And so highlighted here involves those changes, which do involve to allow for walk-up food distributions in conjunction with a nonprofit to be allowed a temporary event permit for a maximum of 2 days a week, which may not be consecutive, so it could be every Tuesday and Thursday, or Friday and Saturday could be consecutive. But in similar manner as the regulations for a certified farmers market, there would be no limitation throughout a 12-month period, similar to the other events under the ordinance. And so that language was added. And again, the Planning Commission met before staff and made a recommendation for the council to make those changes to the ordinance to allow for walk-up food distributions. And as mentioned, resolution number 6659 is being brought back to the City Council for consideration, and this is establishing the fees for special events, temporary event permits, and reestablishing a new fee for temporary use permits. As mentioned, it would be subject to for temporary event permits, the fee would be subject to the number of attendees that the applicant is looking to have for each event. So it could range from $360 up to $756 for an application fee by the city to review that request. There is one note from staff under resolution number 6659. It's being asked for the recommendations, as that resolution was brought before the council at the last meeting of last month, in March of this year. Staff is asking that is recommending that the resolution be updated to reflect that this item is being brought back to the City Council tonight, also for a public hearing. So, in recommendation, staff is asking that the language highlighted will be added to the resolution. And again, as mentioned, what's being asked of the City Council is to open the public hearing, receive testimony from the public, allow 3 minutes for each speaker, and close the public hearing. The two items, again, are for introduction of ordinance number 1865, amending the city's municipal code relating to temporary events and temporary use permits, with the determination that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to guidelines section 15061B3 and 15304. And for adoption of resolution numbers 6659, establishing the fees for temporary use and temporary event permits, with the recommended changes that are being presented to the council tonight. And again, the environmental determination for this resolution to be adopted is to find that the project is exempt pursuant to Public Resources Code section 21080B8, and as well as CEQA guidelines section 15273. So at this time, that concludes staff's presentation on this matter. If there's any questions from the council, staff is available.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, I think you took those forms back? The one speaker, two
I
speakers?
have one speaker slip I will bring to you, and then I want to let you know that we had two communications that came in after the 24-hour deadline, and they have been distributed and filed, and were noted for the record.
Okay. First speaker we have was Paul Randall. Okay.
Ready?
Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and residents. Paul Randall again. Staff's recommendation to introduce Ordinance 1865 and adopt Resolution 6659 is one of the most confusing and very difficult staff reports I've ever read. Okay, so let me get what I got. 18.6.05, temporary events, paragraph 6, temporary events table, states walk-up distribution in conjunction with a nonprofit 2 days a week need not to be consecutive, no maximum. Then paragraph B, except for certified farmers market and walk-up distribution events in conjunction with a nonprofit, and may not be more than 12 events in any combination that takes place on a single property address in a 12-month period. This totally excludes Mama Rosa's Food Pantry. We are not able to open. I assume this city council wants to be exclusive, not to exclude a religious organization from doing fellowship for our community. We are your best food pantry in Gardena by far. We serve your constituents almost food twice a month. We've been closed because staff required us to have a conditional use permit. From the documents that I've read, YMCA located at 1000 West Artesia wrote an email to city staff, and staff allowed the YMCA to have a walk-up distribution. I'd really like to read those emails and staff's responses. I bet they were a lot nicer than the responses from staff I received. You are changing this ordinance to allow the YMCA to have their food distribution. You can punish myself, you can punish our church, you can punish our volunteers, all you want. But the people you are hurting is the seniors and low-income families. In LA County, 1 in 5 people have food insecurities. We've given you the quantities if you were paying attention to the food and how many clients we serve. I recommend resolution number 6659 should read, walk up and drive up food distributions in conjunction with a nonprofit. Both distributions must have a plan in place to deal with traffic, ample parking, or time slot distribution to prevent any traffic issues. There should be a maximum of 24 events in a 12-month period. This allows everyone fair and equal opportunity in the city of Gardena to have a food pantry. Remember, individuals not following the vehicle code should be cited by the Gardena PD. In closing, if we have 250 to 300 clients, you don't have a parking lot in the city of Gardena to park them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Lisa Wong.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I did also write in a public comment, so I do apologize if it's redundant. But I did want the honor of coming to speak with you today in person. My name is Lisa, and I'm a resident here in Gardena. I recognize that as a private citizen and as a lay person, I may not be deeply informed of the purpose of the changes proposed in this ordinance, and am assuming positive intent on the parts of the city administrators to benefit us residents. As a community volunteer at a local drive-through food pantry distribution, I have to express some concern that the ordinance update seems to exclude the possibility of drive-through food distributions unless those are allowed somewhere else. I would like to hear a thorough layperson's explanation from leadership or the committee as to the benefit and the value of making this ordinance change. I know many here on city leadership ran on a platform of promoting economic development here in Gardena, and I know it is City Council's responsibility to support revenue streams for the city, and I think it is City Council's equally important responsibility to champion the safety net for our community. And those who are already living on the margins rely on the safety net of social services to make ends meet during hard times, which can unexpectedly fall on anyone. Volunteering at a food bank is how I contribute to my neighbors. Helping to address local food insecurity on a bi-monthly basis is my small way of helping folks feed their families, perhaps making it possible to make rent and stay housed, put gas in the car, make it to work, or face unexpected expense. And let's not forget that our neighbors who always have a harder time are disabled and homebound, seniors and elderly, families, veterans, and those on fixed incomes and with limited opportunities. Food pantries keep folks at the edge from falling deeper into poverty. And community services like food pantries are needed now more than ever. So Mama Rosa's drive-through distribution happened twice a month for 2 hours from 12 to 2 p.m. on church property on Saturdays in our largely vacant city center area, civic center area, I mean. On our last distribution on February 17th, like the many before it, was shut down. About 50 volunteers served 369 families, 328 of which were drive-through and 41 of which were walk-ups, totaling about a little bit over 1,500 individuals with over 20,000 pounds of food in just 2 hours. So the sheer volume of the high-quality food that we can serve to our neighbors in the short 2 hours is incredibly efficient and effective, I think, at tackling the urgent community need.
Go ahead.
Thank you. While there are other food pantry distributions happening throughout the week in Gardena, this is one of the only ones that I know of that happens on Saturdays, which allows me to volunteer regularly, and I think also helps support families that are working Monday through Friday to get the food that they need. So they're able to get enough food to stretch across 2 weeks, and many folks do carpool and help out their neighbors, and like families who don't have cars and need physical assistance with the heavy load. So I want to say here to please consider how eliminating drive-through food pantry distributions could hurt the community and your constituents. While we've been shut down, I know some families are hurting. As we are all working toward the benefit of our community, let's continue to work together to find the best solution while continuing to serve the basic needs of our vulnerable neighbors. Please consider solutions that will support all channels of food pantry distribution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so like to open this up for questions or comments from the council. Does anybody have any questions or comments at this time?
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Okay, Councilman Francis.
Is it possible to, because I think with the walk-up only, I think you're creating, might be creating greater problems. Instead of having long car lines, you have long people lines. You have people in cars. So I think, could we just include at walk-up and or drive-through? Because that way we don't have a one-size-fit-all food distribution ordinance, or basically what this is, and it will allow for greater latitude. Some organizations may not have the ability of parking. Some may not be able to, have people line up because of, I'm not quite sure, but can we just add the drive-in, have both options, so that organizations that want to have a walk-up, it works best for them, could have a walk-up. Organizations that need a drive-through because it works better for them could have a drive-through. And we would just, because sometimes I understand the problem we're trying to fix, but this might just create more problems or additional problems rather than just we just had the cars. So is that possible?
I mean, everything's open on the table right now. I think if we put drive-through back in there, then what's the point of this at all?
Well, it's just a walk-up and or. It's not, well, I wasn't quite sure what the point of it anyway, but that's another conversation. But
yeah,
could we, all we're doing is just giving an option. That's as simple as that. And not, I think having you said walk up only, I think that's too restrictive. And I say instead of having a line of cars, you have a line of people. There's a food distribution as I drive at a church over in Inglewood, and I guess they have a walk up and a drive up, and it really does impact traffic. And there are long lines that kind of wrap around the corner, around the block. So I think I don't see any harm just adding. So organizations that maybe don't have the parking and need a walk up, they can do it that way. So either or. I don't know why it has to be so restrictive.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, were you finished? Okay, Council. Okay, Love, then Mayor Pro Tem.
The challenge that I have with this is, and you just kind of brought it up, is that when you do the drive-throughs, they create those long lines, and there's no way to mitigate the traffic. I've worked with a couple of nonprofits that did food giveaways, and because food insecurity is real, it's a real issue. We're not denying that. We're not acting like it doesn't exist. But I know that people who are in need of food will show up hours before the distribution even starts, which is what's creating the problem. And then I've passed by the food distribution line, and it creates a safety issue because when you're in a drive-through and the line is wrapping around the block, it requires cars that's coming down that street to now drive on the wrong side of the streets, which is putting our residents in our community in harm's way. So now you're creating a safety issue. I wouldn't have a problem with a drive-through if the parking and the traffic was mitigated. My question is, if I'm not mistaken, I heard them say that the organization started in 2015. It's been operating since 2015? Was it operating as a drive-through in 2015?
Sir, you're going to come to the podium here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we started in 2015. When the pandemic initially started, I took over, and we came up with a drive-through distribution. At one time, we had 100 clients. That was our maximum.
Right.
Now we're doing about 350 to 400 cars. Now, if you've listened, we have a time slot distribution to where there is no traffic. The officers that have been there on patrol, there is no traffic. Ask them. We don't have it wrapping around the block.
Okay, so I'm addressing the concerns that you brought up because it seems like the city and we're being painted as being the villains here, where prior to you addressing that issue, there was a parking issue or a line that was creating a problem. So I guess the question that I have is, if the organization started in 2015 and there was no walk-up, I understand during the pandemic, everything became drive-through. It was drive-through for everything, but the pandemic is over. And it almost seems like you can't serve the community unless it's a drive-through. I know residents that will stand in line, they will walk, they will catch a cab, they will catch their bus to get the food that they need because they need it. The challenge that I have with drive-throughs, and I see it all the time, not just with, and I'm not pointing out your drive-through, but I'm pointing out drive-throughs that I've done with the Congresswoman. People will see a line, and they'll know it's something being given away for free, and they'll just get in the line. And I think it takes away from the people that really need it. Because if you have, and like I said, I work with nonprofits and I work with churches that do food giveaways. And one of them was challenged by the city. And they addressed the issues, and we're not picking on Mama Rosa. We're just trying to look out for what's good for our residents. And so it's like, if Mama Rosa don't get a drive-through, can Mama Rosa still serve the community? If that's what's really about.
So may I answer your question?
Absolutely.
So when we were notified that there was an issue with the traffic, we went to a ticketed time slot, and we have no issue anymore with the traffic. We also have a walk-up for people seniors. That's what we really want, is seniors to come with their walkers or their wheelchairs and we let them shop so that they don't have to carry the 53 or 60-pound box. The seniors that are in their cars and they cannot walk, they have to be able to drive. We have to load that box into the truck or the car or the back seat or the front seat, wherever we can. Mind you, it's not one box. It may be 2 or 3 boxes, and we have never turned anybody away, even people that come after we have closed.
Okay.
And we have enough to probably handle 20 cars. And if you saw how we did it now, there's no line. We have a time slot. Now, I will tell you one thing. We do tell everyone, come back at your time. Don't go park down the street or park in somebody's driveway because the Gardena PD are going to cite you. Come back at your time. They do. If they don't, I get to take their ticket and they go home without food. Because they have to honor that time slot for us to be successful. We have been growing in the last 2 years at such an exponential rate, knowing that this food insecurity. The last meeting I had with LA Regional Food Bank, they said, do whatever you got to do to get Mama Rosa's back open. We have people calling. The only way we can do it efficiently, and I've done the hours, I've done the calculations, if we were to do a walk-up distribution with the amount of clients we have, we would be open for 19 hours. And we have great volunteers. They can't be volunteering for 19 hours. And I don't know where we're going to park the 200 and some odd cars. It's faster, it's efficient, and it's easier for us to do the drive up. And, you know, I wish you guys could have come and seen the last 2. I made the offer so you could see what we do. But I'm just asking, you know, for this opportunity because we have handled it. We have a team. Thank you. Any other questions for me?
If anybody does, I'll bring it back up. Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't have any. The applicant. I just wanted to get some clarification. So the actual permit covers traffic mitigation in our PD's time. So if there was a drive-through, they can assist with the traffic, correct, Mr. City Manager? Or
This item is just for walk-ups.
Oh, okay.
This is not.
Okay, I saved that question. I was curious.
Okay. Greg, did you want to add something to that?
I just wanted to say that this doesn't exclude anyone from meeting conditions that we place on them. So if we require that they pay for officers, they would still need it. If they're required to have parking enforcement, they would need to pay for it. If it requires that they have adequate parking, we would investigate, inspect, and make a determine. If they don't, then we wouldn't issue the permit. So having them put into this ordinance that allows them to have these at this quantity and this period of time doesn't exclude them from meeting conditions. We would revoke the permit once they couldn't meet the conditions.
Okay, so that means drive up is still a possibility. It's just that if it meets the conditions, if it does not meet the conditions, then we have to conclude the drive up option.
Yeah, so drive up is still, we've done nothing to the existing way of drive up food distribution can occur. At this point in time, if they do it on a regular basis, we would require a conditional use permit. In this instance, what this ordinance says is that if you have a walk-up, then you could get a special event permit or
Right.
temporary use permit for it.
So whichever type of event we have, drive up, walk up, bike up, everybody's got to get a permit regardless.
Some type of a
Some type of permit. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Were there any other questions? Councilmember Francis, go ahead.
I just want to be clear on what I just heard. So, because there's nothing, because to me, if it is not written, you know, these ordinances, I don't know if it really exists. It's like one of those gray areas or something. And because when I read it, it seems that it's only walk up, that no other method is allowed. And that's otherwise, if it were allowed, it'd be walk up or drive up or just be food distribution and then left up to the nonprofit, whoever to put it together as they see fit. So I really think it's important. I hear what you're saying, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Henderson, but I think we still need to include the drive-through to give some options to allow organizations that can go through a drive-through or can have a walk-up to exist. I don't think. I think we're just creating a whole number of problems. The drive-up neighborhood issues, the traffic issues, I think they can be mitigated with volunteers to make sure that people aren't blocking, put cones out on the street. But I think we should at least give it a try. But to deny an organization or any nonprofit organization that's trying to provide food, it's kind of hard to, as I've said privately, when your belly is full, it's kind of hard to understand when your belly is empty, you need food. And a way that to get food, offer a variety of resources, a variety of methods to get access to that food distribution. So I think it's just really important that we add walk-up or drive-through just for food distributions. Doesn't have to be for anything else. Because we have, and I think it's important that we allow folks, because they call it food insecurity. It's a nice euphemism, but we're talking about hunger. We're talking about folks that are hungry. I teach Inglewood Unified School District, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't have a child that's hungry, especially toward the end of the month. And they're hungry because there's just nothing to home. And we have a drive-through that works well. It's right in front of our school every Friday, and there's not a big major problem with it. So I think the traffic concerns can be mitigated. I think, and I think in the end we'll be okay. We just have to put some effort toward it. So I don't see why we just can't add drive-through to the walk-up. And since it's not written in stone and we haven't gone this way yet. So thank you.
Okay. I have a question for city manager, or probably more specifically for the city attorney. Let's just say hypothetically we were to allow drive-up and traffic were to get backed up and a car goes on the opposite side of the street and an accident occurs because we allow this, and now a person wants to sue, whether they sue the food distribution, the church, the city's also liable because we allow it as well. Is that correct?
There's always going to be the potential exposure, and I mean, I can't stop someone from suing the city.
But I mean, because we allow,
They would make that argument in court that because the city was aware, if there was a pattern of cars lining up and blocking one lane of travel, it's one thing when we don't know of that occurring, but it's different if there was a continued pattern of this and the city's aware.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, so how do you establish a pattern? If I were somebody, if I were to sue the city, for instance, I would establish a pattern and say that all your drive-ups don't obtain a temporary use permits. They obtain a conditional use permit, which is more of a permanent nature.
Correct.
So in definition, this is a permanent activity that you're allowing on a regular basis.
Okay.
Right. So again, for drive-ups, you have to get a CUP, a conditional use permit.
And usually if a person has to get a CUP, they have to also provide insurance as well. I mean, there are all things like that involved with it as well. I mean, there's a list of different things that are required because it's something that's a little bit more complicated.
There's much more. It goes through a public hearing.
Correct.
It goes to the planning commission, then it comes up to the city council if it's called for review. So it's a much more lengthy process.
Isn't it notifying residents in the surrounding area so many feet out?
Possibly. It depends on what is being asked, what is being proposed.
Okay.
So currently, as it stands, if you were to adopt this current ordinance, someone in a walk-up position would be allowed to go by way of this temporary event permit. Someone who wants to do a drive-through would still have to go through a CUP process.
Okay. So for instance, if a person wanted to participate, let's just use Mama Rosa's as an example, they were to pull into the parking lot there, stay in their car, and if one of the workers were to wheel the food out, I don't know, by means of however they can wheel it out or carry it out, nothing prohibits that because technically that's still considered a walk-up. if they were to park, whether they get out the car or somebody were to bring it to their vehicle? Would it still be considered a walk-up? Anybody?
If they're driving in and parking?
If they drive in, and let's just say, I'm using an example of Mama Rosa's. I mean, there are other churches out here or other organizations that do this. But if they have a parking lot and the person were to drive in their park, and whether they were to get out of the car and pick up the food or whether one of the volunteers brought it to them, that's still considered walk-up, correct?
Correct.
By all definition. Okay. You want to add something?
I want to clarify, if somebody wanted to, if Mama Rosa's wanted to do the food distribution under a special event, they could do it once, well, they can do 12 a year. So right now, I guess they're doing 24 a year.
Correct.
So under the special event permit, they could still do 12 a year of the drive-up.
Which would be one per month, and there's fees
However they
associated
wanna
with
do
it
it.
and so on.
It would be the special event fee that you're talking about. If they wanted, right now, the way it's structured, as Carmen indicated, if they wanted to do 2 times a month, then it would be a conditional use permit. And of course, as you indicated, that's a 300-foot notice, radius, public hearing, and a more expensive fee.
Okay.
And CEQA.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to go here and I'm going to go here, but I would just want, was there anything else?
Yes. We apologize. The wrong version of the ordinance got into the packet. The right one went to the Planning Commission. It essentially just lays out the difference for, it expands upon what the chart says for food distribution events. We're going to put up, I'm going to let Amanda do it because I have no technical abilities.
Okay. I do have a question about something I saw in the presentation once you explained that there. Something that I saw on one of the slides there. And it related to distribution, food distribution centers.
Okay. Do you want us to put up the language first, or do you want us to go back to the slide presentation?
Well, go ahead with this. I want to go, let's see if you can
Okay.
finish your point.
Okay. So this was the language that was added in conjunction with adding the language into the chart. There was this section 6 that just provided food distribution events in compliance with the following, that it had to be with a nonprofit. It was the walk-up events as council had directed. They had to have adequate parking on site as determined by the director based on time of event, location, number of people, and that they could operate twice a week throughout the calendar year. Really doesn't add much of anything that wasn't in the chart, but we wanted to make sure you saw the correct version of the ordinance.
Okay. Can, give me just one second. I'm going to get to everybody. There was a screen that you guys had when you did the presentation. It was a blue screen, and I want to say it was the second to the last one. And it had distribution. And I apologize. It went just kind of quick, and I was just wondering if we could go to that. It was part of the two new things. I think it was in red that we were adding to it, to this. This here in the red here that we were talking about adding this in as well.
I'll go ahead and skip to it. It's fine. Oh, sorry, this was the other item.
Right here,
So
okay.
resolution number 6659 is would adopt the fees established for this new temporary event permit process and establish a new fee for a temporary use permit. This matter for tonight was republished in the Gardena Valley News, so that this is revising the resolution to update that information. That as well as the March 12th meeting tonight, as well, a public hearing is being considered or being open for consideration of resolution number 6659.
Okay, you know what? That's fine. I read something wrong when we went through this the first time. Okay, so a couple of just quick comments, not for you, Amanda, but thank you for that. I just read that wrong. Just because we're bringing up the topic of Mama Rosa's here, this ordinance here, we're talking about walk-up is not, you guys specifically that we're targeting here, but there were some things that were noted here, and I understand it's been there since 2015. But, you know, I found out more recently that there were a lot of people who were complaining because their driveways were blocked for some time now, and people were potentially almost getting into accidents by driving on the wrong side. And understandably, nobody's doubting that we don't need food giveaways. I understand that there are people out there. Something that was said earlier today that, you know, the city just came up with theirs all of a sudden. We've had one for 30 years now, okay, over 30 years. And, you know, could we give away more food? Yeah, I'm sure we can. If people need it, we could do that more often. We did try to work with Mama Rosa's. We tried making some suggestions, maybe this, to see if we could help you guys as far as they're in the emails, because all the emails that were going back and forth with community development and yourself, I was monitoring those. Okay, so I did get CC'd on everything that went out. And as far as emails being nasty or rude or anything like that, I did not see that. And I like to think that I'm being very fair. And sometimes I'm probably even more on the side of the resident or the nonprofit there, because I want to make sure that our staff is being courteous and fair to you. Because at the end of the day, as a city, we don't sell any products, but what we do sell is service here. And I want to make sure that we're giving you the best service we can. Okay, so when we suggested some ideas that maybe we could, one of our parks that we have where we had adequate parking, and maybe the city could try to partner with you guys and, you know, to maybe try to cut out some fees, that wasn't an option. You were explaining to me that the distribution center was only approved at Genesis here. I understand nowadays it's the new thing. The state's giving out money to open up distribution centers. There have been people calling me like crazy now because they want to drop one in our city because everybody's getting a lot of money to do this here. I understand it's a new thing now. It's profit as well as you're able to feed people. And you know what? I think it's great if you're feeding people, but if you're getting a profit with it as well, that's your business, okay? But at the same time, our business is making sure that we keep our community safe. I have to make sure that we're being fair to everybody. Yes, people are hungry, but people also don't want to have their driveways blocked. I also don't want to see accidents happen here. I have to always think about the safety of this community first. Not just myself, I'm sorry, but this entire city council. Safety always comes before anything. And if we're aware of a problem that potentially could lead to an accident or something, then that's what we have to look at first. So we're trying to look at what we can do the best way we can and be fair to everybody. And in fact, when we did try to work with you guys, we did have the chief or I think one of the officers were out there giving suggestions to you guys as far as the ticketing system. I'm glad you guys were open to that idea. So it does show that we were trying to work with you with that. We even said instead of you paying for each individual permit, we gave you, I think it was 3 or 5 permits, and you only had to pay one time for, was it 3 or 5, something to that effect. So we were trying to do things like that. We don't normally offer that. So I think we were trying to be fair and work with you, okay? But at the end of the day, you guys kept saying, nope, we either do our way or no other way. So, and that's not fair. And you're right, you came to my office, we spoke, we talked about it, and I did come over to your facility before because you guys were giving out food, and I said, hey, there's a group that has some extra food. Do you guys want to add that to yours? Okay? So, I mean, I'm aware of all those things that you mentioned here, but we're getting complaints about this, and it was dangerous. So there again, this is why we have to act in the manner that we have to act. We have to make sure that it's safe for everybody, not just you guys. There are other organizations out there. There's other organizations we've stopped, okay, because it was getting dangerous. People lined up on busy streets, and, you know, it just, we can't allow that sort of thing to happen. Okay, so again, that's why we're trying to find the best method that we can do this here. I don't know where I left off. Love here, Tanaka, this way and this way. So let's start that way.
So my question is, with Mama Rosa trying to mitigate the traffic and the parking issues, are you saying that you can host a drive-through pickup without cars being double parked on our streets? No, you answered the question. That's all I needed to know. Oh, okay. You answered the question. The next question I have is to city attorney. Are we taking up resolution 6659 at the same time, or are we voting on that one separate, or are we?
It's up to the council. I mean, it all depends. Please know that if you make changes to ordinance 1865, it would have to be a motion directing staff to make changes, and that has to go back to the Planning Commission. And if that is the case, then we would recommend everything go back.
Right.
But if you are not making changes to 1865, the proper version of 1865, then that could be introduced today.
Carmen, if I may, Madam Mayor, council members, I think if you want to amend 1865, what we'd suggest, because at this point we still don't have this ordinance in place to deal with other types of special events, would be to adopt the ordinance as is, and then direct staff to go back to the Planning Commission to make an amendment to it to allow the walk-up. That way, at least we'll get the procedures in place for everything else, which covers more than the food giveaway.
When you say other events, you're talking toy giveaway, backpack giveaway, things like that?
The
or
things
is there
with
something
the
else?
church on Redondo Beach Boulevard, was it, Greg?
Yeah.
Vermont.
Any special.
Vermont.
Yes, just events in general. This cleans up a lot of the confusing language we currently have. So what we can do is staff's recommending, adopt the ordinance as is. And at a later time, if you want to amend it, then we can always amend an ordinance. So.
And I wasn't suggesting that. I just wanted to get some clarification because I would like to make an amendment to the resolution 6659 where it's, and I will advocate for nonprofit organizations that are giving food away or giving any services to the public away. As long as they're a nonprofit, I would advocate for their fees to be waived. And here's why I'm saying that. Because even though it's free to the public, it's not free. I've worked with a lot of giveaways, food giveaways, toy giveaways, school supply giveaways, you name it. I've worked with a lot of giveaways. Just because it's free to the public does not make it a free event. I get a lot of sponsorships and donations because one of the food giveaways I deal with, he has a vehicle that he has to pay a driver to go to four different stores, 2 different routes, 2 different Trader Joe's to pick up food in combination with the food bank delivering food. So he has the cost of staff, he has the cost of gas, he has the cost of vehicles. So there is a cost that comes with free giveaways to the public. So what I will advocate for is for an amendment for Resolution 6659 to be amended to allow the fee to be waived for any nonprofit that is doing a public giveaway, so that they're not making any money. It's not equivalent to a farmer's market where they're making profit. It's not equivalent to a community event where they're selling vendor booths and they're making money. This is 100% public event that's giving away a service or a product to the public. I will advocate for that amendment to be added to Resolution 665. Unfortunately, we're not taking away the ability to do drive-throughs. We're saying that if you do a drive-through, you have to do it through a CUP versus a TUP, or you do the walk-up through a temporary event permit. So if I'm not mistaken, there's 3 different permits that we're talking about, and as long as there's some understanding and clarification on what those permits are requiring, you can still do it, but you have to go through the CUP process. So we're not taking that off the table. We're not trying to prevent it, but like the mayor said, we have to make sure, and our community development director said, we have to make sure that this policy is going to cover all giveaways, not just the food giveaways, but all giveaways that may cause a public safety issue. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Councilman Tanaka. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, let's take Mama Rosa's out of it. Let's say I belong to another veterans related organization that's across Western, and we decide to host a food giveaway, backpack giveaway, whatever. As long as we get the appropriate permit, we can either have people walk up and get whatever the product is and or drive through because there's parking to get whatever the product is, as long as we pay the permit, correct?
So if this ordinance was adopted and you were a veterans organization, nonprofit, and you wanted, this is specific to walk-up
Right.
food distributions, then this would apply.
Okay.
So if you just wanted to do a backpack giveaway for an event, then we would issue you a special event permit to do that. You would pay that appropriate fee and then have your event. If you wanted to have the veterans on Memorial Day wanted to do a drive-through flag giveaway day, then you would apply for a special event permit to do that drive-through flag giveaway event or whatever. So just as an example.
Okay. So I guess our question is, what do we want to do about the fees? Because that's what this all seems to be centering around, is the fees. So that's just my question. I'm done. Go ahead, Councilman. Sorry.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes, I'm trying to get some clarification on the amendment. Now, you're asking to waive, tell me again, it's just for?
I'm asking for the, I want to call it the right permit, the temporary event permit fee to be waived. An example, what Councilmember Henderson just said, if the veterans wanted to do a giveaway, they're a nonprofit organization, they're giving away the service, the product, the good or whatever, I don't think they need to pay the fee. And so that's what I'm asking for, the fee to be waived for any nonprofit that's doing a public giveaway. They're not making any money to be waived.
So whether it's food or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter what it is. If you're giving away something to the public, you're giving a service. That, I think, that fee should be waived.
And it's just the temporary use permit?
Right.
You're not asking for other fees?
For nonprofits only.
Okay, because I need for.
But like.
Well, we can't do that now?
No, I was going to suggest language you could consider.
Okay.
If you wish to do that.
That it was, you can give me the language.
We would put in the temporary event fees established by this resolution shall not apply to giveaways or distribution events by nonprofit organizations.
Sounds good to me.
And that would be a new section 3, and then the other sections would be renumbered by 1 accordingly, if that's what the council wishes to do.
Okay, so here's my problem with that, is the fact that it's great if everything's free, but I got to also look at what is the cost of the city, because I'm looking at permits and license fees, $153. I'm looking at planning assistant, $58 per hour, and so on. So it's great, everybody can get everything for free and so on, but now the city is now paying for somebody else having something for free. And is that fair? Because we charge for everything else. That's where the issue comes here then. I mean, is it fair? You got police sergeant, $58 an hour, senior planner, was this $196? I mean, so again, that's nice and it's wonderful, but is that fair for us to have to bear the cost of that? I mean, for that matter, then everybody starts coming to us and saying, well, hey, I want to do, all sorts of different things, but now the city now has to pick up that fee. And so every time somebody does something, I'm looking at $1,562 for a temporary event. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. Is that even fair here? Why would we do that? Because it's nice to be able to just do it free, but somebody's got to pay the costs, unless our employees are volunteering this. I don't know, Clinton, will our employees volunteer to do all this for free? I don't know.
Would it be an employee volunteer, or would it be?
I was joking. I was joking when I said
but
volunteer.
I'm just saying that, or would it be the city could possibly, in partnership with the nonprofit, eat this cost?
No, because you have workers' comp, you have all kinds of liability that goes with it.
But you're only talking about admin signatures on paper. You're not talking about them being out at the event, giving away, working. So you're talking about reviewing paperwork and signing off on it. I get what you're saying, but.
Well, let me ask you a quick question. Director Suchi, does anybody ever have to go out to the site plan there or anything? Do they ever go out and look at the property? I mean, does anybody ever get in their car and drive over there and take a look at it? Or is everything always done in-house, emails and so on?
We'll eventually, it depends on the type and the layout that they'll give us. A lot of times it requires the building inspector or the code enforcement officer to go out there and inspect the site, especially when it comes to, like when we were discussing walk-up events. one of the things we want to ensure is they have adequate parking. So not only will we do a GIS aerial view, but we'll actually go out to the site because a lot of times, they'll take up the parking spots with tents, and then we won't consider that parking. They're using those parking spots for other uses. So in this event, these types of things, we would have to do a physical walkthrough. And then when the event's happening, we would send code enforcement through the event to make sure they're complying with the conditions. So, there's many times that we'll actually go out there and do a physical inspection, I guess.
There's more than just in the office and the emails coming in.
Correct.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just something you just brought to mind in regards to the potential gift of public funds, because then now the slope in my mind becomes slippery, because then all our facilities become open to any nonprofit that wants to use Nakioka, Raleigh Park, all these different, as we start moving forward, and then we don't have the capacity to stop unwanted groups from using our facilities because they're nonprofits, and we have now kind of set a precedent that nonprofits don't have to pay anything. So if I'm some political organization, some aggressive organization, some anti-organization, but I'm a nonprofit and I want to use Nakioka, there's nothing that says we stop that because it's a temporary event or something like that, correct? Potentially?
That would be a potential, correct.
Councilmember Love, go ahead.
I just had
when I was as advocating for the fees to be waived, I never said anything about giving away city facilities. That was never part of my organization. My argument. My argument was to waive the fees, not an example that he gave. If it's an anti-whatever or a political organization that wants to hide behind a giveaway, they don't have the right to come and use our facility without a fee. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you, the example that he initially gave, if you want to give away something at the VFW, which is a nonprofit, on your property, on your site, that's what I'm talking about. So I understand what Director Sujiuchi is saying, that there are some times where staff will have to go out and review the site, and even the day of the event, go and make sure that you're doing what your plan said that you would do. But I just put it out there. It's whatever the council decides to, however they decide to vote on it. But I just wanted to make that argument on behalf of nonprofits.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, and then
Yeah, no, I appreciate that
Councilmember,
clarification. I just want to make sure that I'm clear that our rights of way are our facilities, correct?
So correct. So for instance, if you're a nonprofit and wanting to do a giveaway, part of the process is you have to identify a location where you're going to do the giveaway. I think what Councilmember Love is saying is that the permit itself should be waived, but if your intent is to do the giveaway at the Nakawako Center, then you would be liable for the rental of the facility if you don't already have a facility that you've identified in your plan. So from that context, I think she's correct in the sense that you're limiting the gift of quote-unquote public funds to just the permit for that particular event, not for the rental of the space or the location.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Francis.
Yes, so we've gotten away from the walk up or drive through. We've kind of moved the whole conversation about this amending for the fees, and so are we going to vote on each one separately, or it's one vote altogether? Because if so, we're having a conversation about something that we may be not. Was that parliamentary correct? I don't know what the rules of order are, but
I would recommend, given the conversation that I've heard tonight, that you vote on each one separately.
Okay.
All right then, yeah, because
okay, you know what?
I separate issues, but to your point, anything could happen at any event. Someone get hit by a car, anything could happen. So we pray that all our events are safe. So to be so restricted because she thinks somebody might get hit by a car or something like that, I don't think it's a good reason to deny a drive up. Because you were talking about, we have drive up, then people might get hit by a car. And to your point, the other thing, to have a drive-through, the things you're talking about, people's driveways being blocked, and now the person driving up the wrong side of the street, unless you have a witness say he was at the food distribution or she was at the food distribution and they drove up the wrong way, that's not a good argument not to have a drive-through as well. It could have been anybody. So, and those kind of things, people do that all the time. It seems to me that post-COVID, people have been doing all kind of crazy driving. So that's not necessarily a good argument. I think we need to take a look at a couple of options to allow different organizations to have an event or food giveaway, food distribution that would meet their particular organization, their facilities, and what their needs are. So, and I think just to limit it to walk up or walk, and that's the only way we could do it. Something could happen then. Somebody could be driving around and just run up on the sidewalk and hit a bunch of people. So, anything could happen. But we pray that we don't. So I think we need to at least have some options. I think not make the ordinance so very restrictive that we have to come back and redo the ordinance. If we're going to do something, we need to go ahead and take care of it now. I don't think it's good governing to so we'll go ahead and take care of it now, and then we'll come back and amend it later. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Once and done should be. And then if some future event happens that we see, well, we need to come back and take another look at this ordinance because for these reasons, then let's do it then. But just to say, well, let's go ahead and get this done right now, I don't think that's really good governing. So, and I think that we do need at least some other options. I believe this ordinance as it's written is a little bit too restrictive. And we need to just, like I say, food security is a real event. It's not just something that people are just making up. And as a city, we ought to, and I know the costs associated with staff and all that, but last time I checked, we as a city, we pay pretty well. So to allow these folks to, say, well, we're charging these fees and we need this. No, it's just one particular thing. I don't think so. I mean, there are costs associated with anything. And like you said, nothing is free. There's nothing free. But for every event, nonprofit just means you just not making money off of what you're doing. I see we don't have a problem with the farmers markets and the things they're doing. So I would, let's just add, if we could, I'm still requesting that we add the drive-through option as an option. And then about this amending and all that with this temporary use fee permit, I'm not quite sure about that. But
Okay.
anyway, thank you for taking the time to listen.
Okay, so before we do that, I did have one more speaker card here. Janet Klapoth? You already, okay, so that's, okay. So one last comment here to make, and then we can go ahead and take a motion here. I just want to clarify what I said here earlier. What I noticed, going down the street, cars, I saw this, we got reports of this, where they were blocking people's driveways, blocking the street, or even taking up the lane there. So whether it was a person who was trying to go on the opposite side of the street, or maybe it was a person who wasn't even going to the food bank, but they, for whatever reason, veered onto the other side of the street because they couldn't get by. And all I'm saying was that was a potential for an accident to happen. So I'm saying these are some very obvious, noticeable things that should not have been on the street. You're right, accidents can happen anytime. A car could drive through here now, but at least we've done everything we can by taking the right safety precautions, by having good reinforced walls. We have traffic patterns where cars drive and park a certain way to try to avail these things from happening. But, at the end of the day, we just, again, have to look at what's going to be, the safest thing we can do. And at the same time, still, do things like help people with food giveaways and so on, but we have to do it in a safe manner. Nobody wants to stop this from happening. Again, we're just trying to find the best way to do this, the safest way to do this. And at the same time, I don't know too many people who want to work for free, regardless of whether we pay them well or not. I know I don't want to work for free, but, at the end of the day, this is their job they go to. If their job was volunteering, then that would be different, but there are fees set in place here for what they do, and that's why they get paid to do these things. With that here, we're going to, the motion right now, if somebody wants to make a motion, and we're going to do this separately, let me close the public hearing. If somebody wants to make a motion, where are we here? If someone wants to make a motion to introduce ordinance number 1871. Please do so at this time.
So moved.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's 1865.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong spot. Thank you. I'm sorry. Someone to make a motion to approve, to introduce ordinance number 1865
As it was taken to the Planning Commission.
as it was taken to the Planning Commission. No, I mean, as it is, or are we talking about, we're not talking about amendments yet. I guess that's the first motion I'm making.
As it was taken to the Planning Commission.
As it was, okay, introduce ordinance number 1865 as it was taken to the Planning Commission, as is. Is there a motion for that? Okay, there was a motion made by Councilmember Tanaka. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, can we do because we need to do a roll call to even introduce ordinance number 1865. So, Madam City Clerk, a motion is made by Councilmember Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Okay.
It was Tanaka
Councilmember
first and Henderson.
Tanaka.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Francis.
No, not as it's put together, because we didn't have all the information, as it was presented by planning and all this. You're going to bring something to us, bring it all together and ready. Not, let's do this little thing with the highlighted. No, so I can't support this.
Okay.
And
It needs to be all together.
Okay.
okay. Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Oh, yes. Okay, so next we have resolution number 6659. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution 6659?
I'll move that for the fees.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, that should be hopefully a motion with the amendments to the whereas clauses as was
Oh,
presented
with the,
by
with
Amanda.
with the whereas, okay. A motion to adopt resolution number 6659 with the whereas clauses was moved by Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
Henderson. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Madam City Clerk, motion is made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson, second by Councilmember Love. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Love. Councilmember Francis.
No.
Okay.
It'd be all together.
Councilmember Tanaka.
It was the last two that they.
Could you put the slide back up, please?
The whereases were just to clarify that it went back and was renoticed.
Yes.
It's up on the screen, too.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, so next up is item number 16A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16A is to reject all bids for the Gardena Rowley Park basketball rehab project, job number 530, and rebid the project with modified requirements and/or scope. The Gardena Rowley Park basketball courts are located at 13220 Van Ness Avenue. The project includes a new all-weather surface over existing concrete surfacing and reconfiguring the existing basketball courts to accommodate two new portable pickleball courts. Additionally, the existing lighting will be upgraded to high efficiency LED fixtures with new relocated and upgraded poles and fixtures. Drainage improvements are also included with new catch basins and drywall stormwater storage and percolation retention areas with the existing tot lot. Bid opening was held on March 19, 2024. Upon review, it was determined that the bid item prices are unbalanced and therefore non-responsive. Staff investigated and discovered that all bidders significantly inflated the cost for the furnish and installation of the basketball surface bid item by $104,357.50 to $221,717.50. Staff will consider breaking up the project and bidding out the furnish and installation of the basketball surface separately to reduce the construction costs. Furthermore, We Are Builders, Inc. and Minco Construction did not list any of the certified installers as subcontractors, which also made their bids non-responsive. The following bidders were as follows. We Are Builders, Inc. from Glendale, $655,092. CS Legacy Construction, Inc. from Walnut, $727,039.50, and Minco Construction from Gardena, $736,081.50. At this point, there's no financial impact. What is council requirement is to reject all bids and to rebid the project.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on item number 16A?
No, Madam Mayor.
Does any member of the council have any questions or comments on this one here? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, in regards to potential scheduling conflicts and everything, are we also considering the basketball courts at Johnson Park as well? Johnson Park as well to be part of the pickleball court rotation, because I think there's more basketball being played at Raleigh versus at Johnson. I'm just curious.
So the different job numbers, different job items for this particular project. This is just for Raleigh Park. We're going to probably come back for rehabs for Johnson and other parks. But for this item, this is just for Raleigh Park.
And far as I know we haven't gotten that far yet, but what's the programming going to be like for that? Is that just going to be up to Director Santini to figure out if I want to come shoot hoops with my sons, but pickleball, who determines the schedule?
So that one we haven't really decided on the pickleball. I was assumed it would be like on a sign up basis because it's very limited. It's very popular. So we haven't. We're in the middle of trying to figure out what the scheduling is for that. It'd probably be similar to tennis.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, if not, okay, Councilmember, speak up, raise your hand, something. Okay.
I'll give me a little
Thank
flag.
you. Thank you.
Since Mayor Pro Tem Henderson mentioned the pickleball court, does it have to be on the basketball? It's going to be on the basketball court. You because we have those tennis courts that aren't. So we do have tennis courts over at Raleigh Park. So couldn't we maybe take a look at that rather than taking up a whole basketball?
We're taking a look at potentially adding some striping in probably one court. It's very confusing from some feedback that we got from tennis players, and I've spoken to tennis players before, is that the striping for the pickleball courts is very confusing for tennis players, and so they generally don't like having striping there. That's why we're trying to put it on a basketball area, because it's not as confusing as tennis.
So it's not as confusing on the basketball court as it would be on. I'm sorry, because we really are supposed to be talking about rejecting the bids, but since you opened the door, I started getting my question. We'll talk later. Yeah, thank you.
Anything else? No? Okay. Anybody else? Questions or comments? If not, can I get a motion to reject all bids and rebid?
Motion.
Is there, okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Love and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Love?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Mayor Serta?
Yes. Next up is item number 16B. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16B is public hearing and resolution number 6655, confirming the diagram and assessment contained in the engineer's report dated March 11, 2024 for the Gardena Artesia Boulevard Landscape Assessment District, in ordering the levy of assessments on the same for fiscal year 24-25. Staff recommends for City Council to adopt resolution number 6655 subsequent to holding a hearing to consider any and all protests related to the levy of the proposed annual assessment under the Gardena Artesia Boulevard Assessment District for fiscal year 24-25. On February 13, 2024, Council adopted resolution number 6651, directing the city engineer to prepare and file a report according to the provisions of the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 of the State of California Streets and Highway Code, Division 15, Part 2, for assessments to be levied upon and collected through the said assessment district. On March 26, 2024, Council adopted resolution number 6653, approving the engineer's report, filed in the office of the city clerk, and declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments from the said assessment district for fiscal year 24-25. The adoption of this resolution confirms the diagram and assessment contained in the engineer's report and constitutes a levy of the assessment that will pay for the service and maintenance costs of landscaping and pertinent improvements within the median islands on Artesia Boulevard between Western Avenue and Normandy Avenue. The anticipated revenue for this is $21,662 for fiscal year 24-25. Funding source will be from the assessment district funds. What's required tonight is conduct a public hearing, allow each speaker 3 minutes, and adopt resolution number 6655.
Okay, thank you. Madam City, sorry, this is a public hearing. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time? Yes, yeah,
Just one
raise your hand.
quick
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
I'll get a little flag. But listen, so this is, when's the last time we had an assessment? This is annual? We do
Every year.
Every year. Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to figure out. I couldn't quite see it in the summary. All right, so every year. And the money will be attached to the property tax bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Just checking. And no one has a protest.
Property tax only on the pertinent parcels on
That are affected.
that affects that strip.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, if not, we're going to close the public hearing. And if I can get a motion to adopt resolution number 6655.
I'll move it.
Is there a second? Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson and a second by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 16C, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16C is public hearing and resolution number 6656, confirming the diagram and assessment contained in the engineer's report dated March 11, 2024, for the Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting Assessment District and ordering the levy of assessments in the same for fiscal year 24-25. Staff recommends City Council to adopt resolution number 6656, subsequent to holding a public hearing to consider any and all protests related to the levy of the proposed annual assessment under the Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 24-25. On February 13, 2024, Council adopted resolution number 6652, directing the city engineer to prepare and file a report according to the provisions of the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 of the State of California Streets and Highway Code Division 15, Part 2, for assessments to be levied upon and collected through the said assessment district. On March 26, 2024, Council adopted resolution number 6654, approving the engineer's report filed in the Office of City Clerk and declaring its intention to levy upon and collect assessments from the said assessment district for fiscal year 24-25. The adoption of the resolution confirms the diagram and assessment contained in the engineer's report and constitutes the levy of the assessment that will pay for the all energy, construction, and maintenance costs of street lighting, including safety lights that are above traffic signals. These fees are assessed and collected through the LA County Office of Assessors Office and the LA County Treasurer and Tax Collector and are remitted to the city on a biannual basis. Anticipated revenue is $907,007 for fiscal year 24-25. The funding source is Lighting Assessment District Fund. What's required is conduct a public hearing, allow each speaker 3 minutes, and then adopt resolution number 6656.
Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, does any member of the council have any questions or comments? Okay, raise your hand like you do in school. Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Francis.
So listen, I'm just for the public hearing. How are the neighbors contacted, the residents contacted? They get a letter saying City Council going to take up the issue about a street levy, or are they made aware that there's going to be a light assessment? Or
Yes, through the public hearing is mainly how it's done.
But no other way than that, there's nothing that goes out.
Not that I'm aware of. Is there? No.
No. Okay.
And it just shows up on your tax roll. This, unlike the landscaping, this one affects all property taxes throughout the city.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about, because I didn't get it. You know about how much it comes up to, or you have a dollar amount, or?
We have it on the engineer's report. I mean, we can. I don't have it with me at the moment, but
I'll find out. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I can certainly let you know.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? No? Okay, the hearing is now closed. If I can get a motion to adopt resolution number 6656. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Tanaka and a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, we are at council directives at this time. Does any member of the council have any directives? Okay, let's start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to initiate a directive of us to receive a memo understanding the impact of including apprenticeship standards or labor standards into our code. State the purpose of this directive so we can get a clear understanding of what that impact potentially would be to our building codes. And the reason why a directive is warranted is just to make sure that we are adhering to labor laws and make sure that we aren't taking advantage of our community members. This benefits the city by, again, making sure we have good economic development, job creation, raise the quality of life of some of our citizens, as well as not harm those that are being victimized by, I forgot how I want to say these, those that are being victimized by low wages.
You need a second. I'll second it.
Okay, you can remember what you said so you can write it out. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, I need some clarification. So are you referring to the labor standards? I know the city of Carson recently passed something ensuring or having the cities look into ensuring that they were properly paying and there wasn't like, I think you guys even got a memo about this from them in the past, a public comment regarding to ensuring that employees are being paid accordingly, those within the construction projects. When you say labor standards,
Or apprenticeship standards. I think that's what they're called. I can't recall. Apprenticeship standards, labor standards. But yes, that's what I'm referring to.
because you're not referring to hiring local?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm going to ask Director Situcci to come forward because it's going to fall under his department. And if it's what Carson just did, I did read an article about that, and we could look into that.
Yeah, I just want a memo on that so we can understand the impact
It's
for
an
us.
ordinance that the city of Carson just adopted pertaining to not necessarily just apprenticeships, but labor standards altogether. If we can agree that it's pertaining to the same thing that Carson just
Right.
adopted.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they adopted, but it's. I want to make sure that we're.
So can we agree we get you a memo as to what Carson just adopted, pursuit that's within the labor standards? I believe that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that's
but-
fine with me.
And then if it turns out, once we provide the memo, that it's not, then we can move, at that time, you can decide
Change
if you
something.
want it.
Yeah, sure.
Is that
That's
okay as a
fine.
directive?
Right, that'll be the directive to give us information on what City of Carson just.
Is there a second?
Right.
Thank you.
I second it.
I appreciate.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other directors?
I don't have a directive, but I just wanted to ask, can we, if I may, with Council Member Henderson, are we limited only to what Carson did, or can we check to see what other cities' labor standards are? And
Can we start with
Carson?
what Carson did?
Absolutely.
And then,
Yeah.
so we can
Yeah.
all kind of gain
Okay.
some basic
Got it.
knowledge as to what it is. I'm not very versed. I did read something briefly about it, though. So I think that's what he's referring to.
Okay,
So
no
let's
worries.
just start
Yeah.
as a starting
Yeah.
point, if that's okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Is there any other directors? Okay, Councilmember Francis.
Okay. My directive is for to waive all the fees for nonprofits that are participating in food distribution, food giveaways.
Okay, is there a second? There's no second on it.
Not a problem. I didn't
Okay.
think it would be,
Any other directors?
but I think it should be though.
Okay. I have one directive. I'd like to see if we could get a support letter supporting what Assemblymember Al Marsucci is doing with AB 2309, which allows general law cities, which is what Gardena is, the ability to, he's trying to revise or do a revision to the government code to allow general law cities to be able to prosecute our own state misdemeanors, specifically within the specifically ones that the county district attorney declines to prosecute. The purpose of this directive, it would reduce crime. The reason why this directive is warranted, not only reducing crime, but it'd be a better quality of life in the city of Gardena. The way that this directive would directly benefit the city, it would help with things like graffiti, retail thefts, trespassing, disturbing the peace, criminal threats, loitering with the intent to commit prostitution, and things of that sort there. So I'm hoping I can get a second. And this would just be a letter of support, again, supporting what Al Marsucci is proposing with Assembly Bill 2309.
Madam Mayor, and just for clarification, the directive would be for us to agendize the item for the council to decide whether to send a letter in support with regards to Senator Martucci's bill.
It'll be a letter.
Okay.
That will be a letter.
All right.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Considering I just came back from Sacramento and I talked to him about that bill, he was asking for a support letter. So this would go a long way in helping him at the Capitol to get this bill passed.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Madam City Clerk, any more directives? No? Madam City Clerk, would you like to repeat those back?
Yes.
I'll pass this down. Pass it down to her. Are you finished yours, Mark?
Oh, I'm almost done.
Okay. While he's writing his out, do you have any city manager council remarks regarding previous directives?
Yes, Madam
Before you
Mayor.
repeat
The
that?
only update I have, the only memo I have for you is regarding the spring carnival postponement. That's the only memo I've sent to the city council. The other comment I have is tomorrow is Admin Professionals Day. I want to greet everyone in that role. A happy Admin Professionals Day. I know we can't do what we do here today or every day without the help of these folks. So I just want to greet them a happy, advanced happy Admin Professionals Day for tomorrow. So that's my report, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do you want to go over those?
Yes. Okay. Directive from Mayor Serta, and the directive is to agendize for a vote support letter for Assemblymember Al Marsucci for his bill AB 2309, making a revision to the government code to allow cities to prosecute state misdemeanors, specifically when a county district attorney declines to prosecute. Purpose is to reduce crime. Reasons why it's warranted: reduce crime, better quality of life in Gardena. Ways the directive would benefit the city: help with graffiti, retail thefts, trespassing, disturbing the peace, criminal threats, loitering to commit prostitution. Is this criminal thefts? Is that correct?
Probably so, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Retail thefts, criminal thefts, yeah.
Okay, I have a directive made, and I'm sorry, I want to go back to your directive. It was seconded by Councilmember Love.
Correct.
And Mayor Pro Tem Henderson. He is requesting a directive to receive a memo on the City of Carson labor standards. The purpose is for the council to be introduced to labor standards. The reasons why it's warranted: determine the best way to protect against wage theft potential. And the ways the directive would directly benefit the city would be for council to gain an understanding of labor standards. Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Henderson, who was the seconded by?
Francis.
Oh, thank you. And that's it. That concludes our directives.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to council remarks. We're going to begin tonight with Councilmember Love.
Since our last meeting, I caught myself taking a little break, and I took some of the seniors that volunteer for the city a lot. I took them up to India where they had a really good time. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to have the good time they had at the casinos and all of that, but they really enjoyed themselves. And then right after that, I took a trip up to Sacramento for 4 days, where I met with a lot of our I met with almost all of our elected officials in Sacramento and talked to them. And I was able to be educated on the Assembly member's bill. And in meeting with him in his Capitol Hill office, he expressed the value of a support letter supporting his bill, because we agree that giving back local control over these matters can help mitigate and resolve some of these crime issues that our county DA is not pressing. So that was a very informative trip. It was put on by League of Cities, where League of Cities is a membership organization that has almost all of the cities in the state of California, with the exception of like 2 or 3 of them. And so it gives us all an opportunity to come together on Capitol Hill to see what's going on and how other cities are dealing with issues in their city, what's working and what's not working. And then I came back and went to the compost giveaway early that morning, grabbed a bag of dirt to replant my new expensive Meyer miniature lemon tree, and then went over to the Willows wetland to help with the cleanup, met with a lot of the residents and the constituents in the city, took some photos, and they always like to be seen on Facebook. And so that was a really fun event. Dropped off some donuts and coffee to the hardworking public works guys that was shoveling the compost that I kept calling dirt. But all in all, it was a pretty good weekend, and that ends my report.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since our last meeting, I participated in as a guest speaker for community briefings. We talked about contracting and procurement in public sector and some of the best practices in engaging public sector contracting. I did some business visits, community visits. I want to thank the city manager and staff for obliging me in my meeting requests for various different items and various directives and initiatives. I attended my ICA board meeting. I attended a government technology AI demo. It was very, very enlightening. I attended the Supervisor Holly Mitchell's budget priority forum and what their budget's going to be for the upcoming year and some of the pillars and tenets that they want to kind of start addressing in the 2nd District. I attended Councilmember Mike Griffin's retirement over in Torrance. So he's going on his way to happy trails and following seas. I attended our Youth Day in Government. That was an outstanding event. It was great to kind of hear the young minds, some great ideas. They had an idea of me having a community center as long as I pay for it. I also attended my MSRC TAC AQMD meeting, and I also was at the bill signing for Assemblymember Mike Gibson at LA Harbor College. Madam Mayor, that ends my report.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So since we last met, I was a guest speaker for Assemblymember Mike Gibson's Autism Awareness 5K, Autism Awareness Day 5K event. I also attended the Beautification Commission meeting, a Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Cultural Committee meeting. I was also attended Holly Mitchell's Budget Town Hall meeting. I also attended the Hawthorne Airport Noise Committee meeting. And I'm really glad that we're getting on top of that, because just in case, it's always better to be proactive than reactive. And I think we're in a good position on that. I also attended the Greater Los Angeles County Vector Control District meeting, of which I'm a trustee. And we are expecting a high mosquito season this year. So please watch your standing water, and I'll be coming back with you about other ways we can help protect ourselves. And our youth chess tournament that former Mayor Don Deere was there, Don Deere Emeritus, and this is the event that he's been doing for about 30-some years, or since he was mayor. And one of the interesting things that we all notice is that the way that young people play chess, chess used to be a very quiet game and no talking. But these kids like, hey, giving high five, and yeah, it was amazing. And what could we do but let them go that way? And let's see, I think I got everything in. But so it's been a pretty busy time. But I'd like to also to thank all the volunteers who came out on Earth Day, for the Earth Day event over at Raleigh Park. I drove past the compost distribution and didn't make it over to the Gardena Wetlands. But thank you so much for coming out to our Earth Day event to help make it very successful. And I know that there's a lot of crazy stuff, as I say always, a lot of crazy things going on. We listen to the news, it's always bad news. Every now and then we get something good news, but just know that better days are coming. Thank you, and that ends my report.
Okay, thank you. For myself, since the last council meeting, I had the opportunity to be one of the speakers for Consolidated Real Estate Realtors as they had their Realtist Week, where they talked about, well, they invited mayors from the South Bay cities to talk about all the different housing projects that are being built in their cities and some of the different ways that we're doing different strategic things in our city, different types of developments, whether it's just regular single-family homes, whether it's townhomes, micro units, and so on. Got a chance to just share with them just some of the creative things that we're doing in our city, as well as just all the movement that's happening in our city, especially with our $71 million in capital improvements, and they were very impressed by that and how great our streets were. So that was really great to be able to report that to the group and why it was important to sell homes in Gardena. So that was a great group to attend. Also, on weekend before last, I was in Sacramento for the Kiwanis Decon Convention, where I got to be a chaperone for our Gardena High School students. That was a lot of fun. And, it's just great being around so many young people who are so enthusiastic about community service and how they can help and just kind of sharing their thoughts and ideas. And I just want to a special thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Tanaka, for helping us get the Kiwanis started back again. In the beginning, I didn't really understand what Kiwanis did and how it related to Key Club, but in the time that I've been a part of it, I've just learned how beneficial it is as far as helping the young people out as we make them more open to community service and how it's going to affect them in their lives moving on. So that was a lot of fun, just being there and just seeing I think we had 10 young people, and just seeing how enthusiastic they were about just, again, community service and how they want to just continue doing more. I also briefly at the end attended the meeting where we had on the police put on about, I guess, the Bill 481, where we learned a little bit about the equipment that was possessed by Gardena PD, how it was used in 2023, some of the things that they're thinking about for the coming year. So that was great. I also attended my monthly CCGA meeting, our California Cities Gaming Authority meeting, my monthly sanitation meeting, as well as I was in attendance along with the Mayor Pro Tem for Torrance City Council Member Mike Griffin's retirement celebration that they had in the city of Torrance. I also attended the Youth and Government Day, and I just want to thank the staff for doing a great job. The young people seem very excited about being a part of that, and it seems like every year that just keeps getting better and better. This year, we did something a little different. Apparently, they kind of did like a little bit of an election, and they voted like council members and a mayor. So it was fun. We got a chance to swear them in, and they were really excited about that. So that was a lot of fun. And then just lastly, I too would just like to thank all of our administrative professionals. Tomorrow is Administrative Professional Day. I know it's only a couple hours away. I thought I would get an early start now and just thank them for all the hard work they do, because as all of you know, I like to be early, and so I want to be first in thanking them. So, and with that ends my report. Next up is Councilmember Tanaka.
Just always have to be early, huh?
Always.
Oh, okay. Everybody noted that, right? Okay. Just saying. Okay. Oh, God. Since our last, I attended Council of Governments legislative meet and greet, and there were no federal state officials, but all their field reps were there. Kind of the common theme, without going into a whole lot of detail, it was mostly grid reliability, EV charging, budget deficit, and some of the crime bills that were out there. So they gave us a quick overview. Attended the 5th Annual Autism Awareness 5K presented by Assemblymember Mike Gibson in Wilmington. It was a really great event to just showcase what autism is and what it's about. I took Captain Osorio with me to answer questions and give information because he has a son with autism, and I think we had a great time there. Sorry I missed the presentation on the police equipment, but our Kiwanis Club, thank you, Madam Mayor, our Kiwanis Club hosted the Divisional District Council meeting, which entails all the South Bay Kiwanis Clubs, and that was a lot of fun. Attended Gardena Youth and Government Day. That's always an awesome event to watch and see how all these young people with their minds that are so creative and all the things that they envision about government and how cities run and the things that they can implement. They put up some really good ideas up here on the council walls, and I'm sure some of them will become future leaders. Employee recognition event this morning. That's always a fun event because Ray Beeman always tries to bring up games and always has the same one every year, so everybody knows what they're doing. But it's really nice to see our employees interact with each other and celebrate our new employees that have just entered the workforce here and be part of our family. But also it shows those that have done well and have been promoted and moved up. I think Ernie had the most people that got promoted and brought up, and an example was we had one that just retired after 31 years, and that's kind of a loss because of the knowledge. I didn't want to say a lot during the meeting because I was afraid that I may say something I shouldn't. But as far as this, it started out with the fees, but it turned out to be the Mama's Pantry. We in this city do not neglect the people that need food. As the mayor said, we've had this food pantry for at least 30 years. I, as an Elk and a Kiwanian, we donate thousands of dollars just as one organization to our food pantry to help feed people. If we don't have the food, we give them food vouchers. And I just want to say that I've been in this city for 70 years, and I have a lot of friends that live in this area. They complain to me every other Saturday about double parking, about not being able to get into their driveways or out of their houses. They complained about not being able to attend an event at the Rush Gym. The church down the street, they couldn't have parking because they had an event, but there's double parking, and it starts at Mama Rosa's, goes around the block, comes back around the block, and it makes a full circle, and it's double parking. And when you start looking at how it affects the residents, the kids, it's just not fair. And we did, as a city, try to help them out. So that wasn't supposed to be the issue, but it turned out that way. And I just want to tell you, our city does not neglect those that need to be fed. And with that, I'm going to get off my soapbox. And that ends my report.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. All right, so a couple of quick announcements here. Our community yard sale previously was scheduled for Saturday, April the 13th. It was postponed. It will be this coming Saturday, April the 27th from 7 a.m. to 12:30. There will be great deals on household goods, antiques, collectible toys, clothing, furniture, and more. This will happen at Mos Fu Kai Park. Again, this coming Saturday from 7 a.m. to 12:30 noon. Also, we have our paper shredding event backed by popular demand. That too will be Saturday, April the 27th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. It's free for all Gardena residents. It will happen here at City Hall on the complex here. Recycle your confidential documents safely and conveniently, especially things like Social Security numbers, credit card, bank information statements, canceled or unused checks, etc. Also, that same day, we have our DEA National Take Back Day for any unused or expired medication for safe disposal. That will happen in front of the Gardena Police Department. Again, that is this coming Saturday, April the 27th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Then on Saturday, May the 4th, we have our Cinco de Mayo parade and festivities. It will start at 10 a.m. It begins at Gardena Market, and that is on the corner of Gardena Boulevard and New Hampshire, and it ends at Mas Fukai. Again, that's May 4th, Saturday, May 4th at 10 a.m. And then also we have our 23rd Annual South Bay Youth Fishing Event. That will be Saturday, May the 11th, 2024, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., 12 noon. There is a 7 a.m. registration. This will happen at Alondra Park Lake. And let's see, this is a kids-only event, and equipment is provided on a first-come, first-served basis. So if you'd like more information about this, you can call City Hall at 310-217-9537. We also have our Secret Garden Brunch event, which is a paint and create event, Saturday, May the 11th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. This will be at the Willows Wetland and Preserve. And you can join us to celebrate Mother's Day with brunch, painting, raffles, and more. It's free to attend, space is limited, so we do ask that you register beginning Monday, March the 25th. And also, we have our Powered by Connection Art Walk, which is Saturday, May 18th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. This too will be at City Hall Complex, and we will. This event is a community resource booths, kids zone, food, vendor booths, music, etc. We will recognize the profound impact that meaningful relationships and social connections have on our mental health and well-being of everyone. And then lastly, we have our Kids to Park Day, which is a pop-up Saturday, May the 18th. And join us for Kids to Park Day, a National Day of Outdoor Play. We'll have, activities at Bell Park from 10 a.m. to 11:45, Thornburg Park from 12 noon to 1:45, and our sister city Parquette from 2 p.m. to 3:45. There'll be games, craft, treats, raffles, and more. And then the last thing, like to ask everybody who is still here to please join us in the back as we celebrate our city manager as well as our G-Chance director's birthdays. So please join us so we can sing happy birthday and eat a lot of cake at 11 o'clock at night. As it relates to remembrances here, there are none, so we're going to move to adjournment. The Gardena City Council will adjourn to the closed session portion of the City Council meeting at 7 p.m., followed by our regular City Council meeting at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, May the 14th, 2024. We are adjourned.